Adventures in Time and Space, transcribed in future tense.
Dimension.
Can you predict what will come in 100 years? Or in 10? Or in the next minute? Can you see beyond the known dimensions of time and space into the unknown Dimension X? Today we tell you a story of America's largest city, a story that began in the bustling city room of a New York metropolitan jail.
City desk. Sweeney?
Listen, Pop, give me a rewrite, quick.
I'll take it.
Okay, now look. I'm up on Riverside Drive, see?
So?
So, at 12:45 today, just 3 minutes ago, Grant's tomb disappeared.
It's what?
I'm telling you, it disappeared. It's gone.
Listen, Sweeney, get yourself to a Turkish bath. Sober up.
Pop, I swear, I'm sober as a judge. Listen to me, will you?
Just a minute. Albert,
What's up, Pop?
call the Hunter's detective precinct. Find out if anything's been reported missing.
Like what?
Like Grant's tomb. Go on, make it snappy.
Okay, Pop.
All right, Sweeney, now give it to me slow. This better not be a gag.
No gag, Pop. Now get it down. The traffic at the drive was at its noon hour peak, and the benches and structure were filled with happy, laughing people. Then, without a warning, a rumble sounded in the alarmed populace started with horrified...
Hold it, Sweeney. Well, Albert?
I don't get it. They say that Grant's tomb is gone.
Okay, call composing. Tell them to hold everything for an extra. Clear out page 1. Get going. Okay, Sweeney, now. The heck with the words, give me the garbage. What happened?
Nobody knows. There are half a dozen police cars around here staring at the place where Grant's tomb was. I was about a block away. I heard screams. I came running. It was gone. Vanished.
How many dead?
Nobody knows if anybody is dead.
We'll find out.
How can I find out when everybody that was sitting on the steps and all disappeared?
What?
It's gone.
No bodies?
No tomb, Pop. No tomb.
Okay, you hoof it back up there and get stories from some witnesses. Now call me back. Albert,
Yes, Pop.
get Columbia University on the phone, get a statement.
Right.
Research.
Yes, sir.
Grab an encyclopedia, see if anything like this ever happened before. Hey, Walters,
Yeah, Pop.
call the army, find out about secret weapons. Hello, composing. This is Pop Adderby on the city desk. Start setting up an extra. I want to hit the street in 20 minutes. Second extra in an hour with pictures. Okay, what are you waiting for? Get 'em rolling.
Pop. Pop.
Oh, I'm busy, Albert.
Yes, sir. Pop. Mr. Colborne wants to see you. Pronto.
Tell him I'm busy.
Well, he says to come now.
Oh, of all the flat-headed publishers to saddle a newspaper with. Okay. Sweeney calls, switch it to Colburn's office.
Okay, Pop.
Come in.
Listen, Mr. Colburn, I'm very busy now. There's an extra on the rollers and...
I know. I just called composing and ordered them to stop it.
Stop it. Are you...
Adderby, you've been on the city desk of the Herald for 25 years now. Since when do you waste thousands of dollars on an April Fool issue?
April Fool. Listen, Grant's tomb is missing. Is that a story? Or am I dead from the neck up?
Did you check it?
Yes, and Sweeney...
How do you know it's true?
Well, if you...
What do you mean spreading cold terror all over town?
But Sweeney...
The devil with Sweeney. How do you know it isn't just a hallucination? Mass hypnotism, something like that.
Well, what if it is?
Adderby, if this is a farce, we'll be in Dutch, but good. Civil suits, criminal action. We're the only paper in town on the streets with an extra. The other editors don't believe this story for one instant.
It takes guts to run a paper.
Well, if that's what it takes, you've got too many. You took the authority for this without even trying to find me and get an okay.
Your father-in-law knew a story has to run while it's hot.
All right. You ran this while it was so hot, our first 10 papers drove the city into a panic. How do we know this whole thing isn't a big... Hello. Now there's Corborn. Yes, he's here. It what? Oh, well, that's fine. That's fine and dandy. You're fired.
What?
It's your star reporter, Mr. Sweeney. formerly of the Herald.
Formally? Give me that phone. Hello, Sweeney.
Pop,
Did you get the pictures? How are things
Pop,
up there?
Pop,
I'll need more witnesses.
Pop.
Hey, what?
It's back.
Fine. What did you say?
It's back. Grant's tomb is back. I'm sorry.
You're sorry. All right, golden boy. Now give it to me slow. Make it sound intelligent.
It just reappeared, that's all.
What about the people who were inside?
All back. Don't remember a thing. It's just like it never happened at all. It's a miracle.
Some miracle. We got an extra on the streets with 28 types screaming that Grant's tomb has vanished, and you calmly call me up to tell me that it's back.
But it was gone. I tell you, Pop.
Sweeney,
What?
do me a favor, will you?
Yeah, what?
Drop dead.
Well, Atterby?
Guess we run a attraction. Just doesn't make sense. 12 police cars saw it. We've got statements from witnesses.
I told you it was hysteria. Look at the man from Mars broadcast that Orson Welles did. 1,000 people will swear they saw the monsters.
Oh, I don't know. I'm all confused.
Well, let's look at it this way, Atterby. Maybe you've had enough.
Enough what?
You've been on the city desk 25 years now. That makes you, 55?
54. What are you driving at, Mr. Colby?
I mean, maybe you ought to retire.
Retire?
We need new people, new ideas. I've been thinking about it for some time now. With Social Security, you'd get...
About $20. Fine. Now, you listen. I brought this paper into the world, and it's going to take me out. I was on that city desk before you ever heard of a stick of type. Then you come along and marry a publisher's daughter.
That's enough.
I made a mistake, okay. Anybody can make a mistake. I still think there's something in this story. Sweeney's been around too long to blow one like this. Even when he's drunk, he's a better newspaper man than most.
I'm sorry. Effective today, you're relieved as city editor. Sanford will take over.
Sanford? Why, he's green as grass.
If you want to stay on in some minor job...
Such as...
Well, how about science editor?
Science editor.
You could have the office right next to mine. It'll pay the rent. Well?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know what I'll do. I've been on the city desk so long.
Well, maybe it's too much excitement for a man your age.
Stop writing me off, will you? I'm sick. I'm 54. And a man at 54...
is no longer a boy.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe I am losing my grip. Got to go somewhere and think it over.
All right, Atterby. Take your time.
I'll be across the street at Burley's bar if you need me. I'll let you know before the bulldog hits the streets. Burley! Escape bar!
Yeah, Pop, yeah?
More poison.
Haven't you had enough, Pop?
Yeah, this is a solemn occasion, Burley. Pour the hemlock.
What's the occasion, Pop?
I am now a has-been.
No.
Yeah, reduced. Humiliated.
You, Pop? Never.
Meet the new science editor of the Sunday Supplement, me. Know as much about science as J.P. Morgan knows about sharecropping.
What happened? Who did it?
You familiar with a reporter named Aloysius John Sweeney? Former friend and drinking companion of mine?
Sweeney got you busted?
The same.
What?
If that gentleman should ever, by some misforgotten chance, thrust his head into this bar, Burley, my friend, I personally, with these two bare hands...
Hey, Pop! Pop!
Uh-oh.
Hey, Pop, it's me.
I shall control my homicidal instinct.
Listen, Pop, I just came down from Riverside Drive.
Very daring move, Sweeney.
I brought a guy with me.
It won't help, Sweeney.
Pop, you don't understand. I found a little guy in a swallowtail coat who watched this whole thing happen. Pop. Burley, quiet! Quiet, everybody! Shh, quiet, will you?
How do you do? Gentlemen, I can assure you my small stature belies the magnitude of my abilities.
What did you bring him for, Sweeney?
He's a genius, Pop, a full-time genius.
You betrayed me once, Sweeney. Isn't that enough? Take your little man away and don't bother me.
Your friend isn't very polite, Mr. Sweeney. Perhaps one day he will learn that even the most insignificant man has a sense of dignity and personal worth.
I apologize, Professor. I'm not sore at you. It's your tomato-headed friend here. Sweeney, I ought to kill you. I ought to strangle you with my bare hands. I ought to have you run through a rotary press at low speed. Those things are too good for you.
But, Papa, look, I'm trying to tell you, the story ain't phony. It happened. Mr. Pertwee, Hannibal, tell him about it.
Gladly. My contribution has been awaiting worldwide recognition for many years now. Unfortunately, there are some who insist I am insane.
Fancy that.
Yeah. Being small of stature, as you can see, I chose to nurse my resentment rather than to take positive measures. However, I feel now the world is ready to come to terms with Hannibal Pertwee.
Can you or can you not explain this Grant's tomb business?
Naturally. It can all be explained quite simply in terms of the Pertwee system of infinite acceleration and transportational facilitation as applied to freightage. I've been trying to sell it to the railroads for 10 years.
Didn't I tell you he was a genius, Pop?
Burley, the check.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Pop. Give him a chance. Show him the trains, Hannibal.
Oh, yes, the trains. If you gentlemen will gather around the suitcase.
Come on, I want you to see that. I'm telling you.
All right.
Come on. Hey, look.
As you can see, I have in this suitcase a complete model railroad reduced to the size of a cigar box. Observe. That's enough, I think.
They run. Just like real trains.
Sweeney, not content with ruining my life, losing me my job, driving me to alcohol, you're now trying to drive me out of my mind with an obvious madman who builds model railroads. Here's the money, Burley. Keep the change.
Oh, but, Pop, look.
Goodbye, gentlemen.
Pop, you're not even giving him a chance.
Out of my way.
Listen, Pop,
Out
please.
of my way.
It's always the same. They won't listen to me.
Oh, I guess Pop is losing his grip.
I hate them.
No, don't take it so hard, Hannibal. Maybe it was all a hallucination.
The Pertwee theory is not an hallucination.
Sure. Well, it was a good try anyway. I guess I'll go back to the office and pick up my stuff.
But I'll show them. Someday they'll listen.
Sure. You'll show them, Hannibal. Hey, Burley, fix Professor Pertwee here with a double scotch. Go ahead, make it a triple.
The newest use of the isotope will enable medical experts to trace with accuracy the growth of Oh, nuts. Maybe it's better to be unemployed. Science editor speaking.
Pop?
Yeah.
Sweeney, listen, I got a story.
I thought Colburn canned you.
Can't fire me. Listen, you know Burley's bar?
Does DiMaggio know Yankee Stadium? What about Burley's bar?
It's gone.
Oh, sweet.
On the level, Pop, just a few seconds ago. Take a look at the window.
Sweeney, I warn you.
Take a look.
Okay, Sweeney, hang on. Albert?
Yes, Pop?
Do me a favor. Stick your head out of that window and tell me if anything unusual is going on at Burley's corner.
Okay, Pop.
Holy jumping catfish!
Huh?
It's gone! Come here and look!
Well, I'll be a monkey. Where's Colburn?
He went to a polo match out on Long Island.
Who's on the city desk?
Young Stan?
Come on.
That's the city desk. Okay, I'll give it to rewrite. Just a second. City desk. What? Are you nuts? What? Everybody listen to this, will you? It's Martinson down at 34th Street. He says the Empire State Building has disappeared. Can you feature that?
What are you going to do about it?
Do? Am I supposed to do something? He's gone nuts.
Give me that phone.
Hey, let's
Give me that phone. Hello, Marty. This is Pop.
Pop, what are you doing on the desk?
Never mind what happened.
Well, I'm down at the precinct. 5 minutes they say. The Empire State, he says. Well, I figured I better call.
Okay, get down there and get the details. In case you need to convince her Burley's bar went just before you call.
Holy mackerel, what a catastrophe that is. Okay, Pop, I'll call you.
Look at the skyline. The Empire State isn't there.
No. Don't get panicky. Don't get panicky. It may come back just like Grant's tomb.
Okay, Pop. You'll take over, won't you? I'm kind of shaky.
Will I? I'll show you fledglings how to run a newspaper together. Wallace?
Yeah,
Get a camera down to Empire State.
Right. What a story.
Call the mayor, Albert. Tell him ask what he intends to do.
Check.
Where's the research department?
Right here, sir. Columbia University says it's mass hypnotism.
Tell him to... No, dress it up and shoot it down.
Yes, sir.
Research? Wait a minute.
Yes, sir.
Find out how many people are usually in the Empire State.
Yes, sir.
No, don't try to call the Empire State to find out.
No.
No, it isn't there. City desk. Shoot.
Walter, listen. I'm dead sober, see?
Yeah, the garbage, Frankie, the garbage.
Remember, I'm sober. S isn't sober, O isn't sober.
Come on, what happened?
Help me, Pop. Penn Station just disappeared. Vanished. Thin air.
Jumping turtles, the people too?
People trained the works. I'm telling you, there's a hole a block wide. I was lucky I was only a block away.
You saw it?
Eyewitness.
Oh, bless you, my boy, talk.
There was a rumble, see? A kind of electrical hum in the air. And all of a sudden, the station seemed to cave in on itself. Wango. Nothing.
Any statement?
No, but you ought to see the hole.
Oh, get statements, flathead. Where are you now?
I'm over at the post office right across the street from Penn.
Hello, Frankie. Frankie, operator.
Pop, we got a flash. The United States Post Office just went. The whole darn city is going piece by piece.
Don't lose your head, Albert. Hello.
This is the composing room about that Empire State Building story.
Well, it's old news. We've just lost Penn Station and the post office. Get out a new banner head. New York City vanishing.
What about copy?
You don't need copy for a story like this. Tell the linotype operators to use their imagination. Albert!
Pop?
Anything else missing? Chrysler Building, maybe?
Nothing yet, Pop.
Oh. Anything reappeared yet?
No word on anything.
Maybe things are stabilizing. Call composing. Tell them to start rolling.
Right, Pop.
And find Sweeney. Telephoned from downstairs a while ago. I forgot all about him. Tell him he's hired again. I'll print any statement that isn't immoral.
Uh-oh, Pop. Here comes Mr. Trouble.
Oh, now, take it easy, Colburn.
B, what are you doing at the city desk? Where's Sanborn? What's going on here anyway? Has everyone gone out of his mind?
Listen, the Empire State, the Penn Station, and the post office have all been missing for almost 5 minutes.
Get away from that desk, you. Drop that telephone.
Listen.
I don't care if Washington, D.C. has been bombed by the Martians. I want you out of this office in 2 minutes. Albert, cast those extras. Pop, you get out, you're fired.
Oh, you're not being reasonable.
I'm not interested in the other papers. Just get out of here before I go stark raving mad.
Hey, Pop.
Oh, hello, Sreeny. Where have you been?
I've been trying to make up my mind whether to come up or not. When you left me hanging on the phone, I thought you was insulting me. Hey, how come you aren't on the desk?
Oh, I'm canned.
Are you kidding?
Oh, it's been coming. I really had the place jumping. You should have seen me, Sweeney. It was like the San Francisco earthquake. Oh, I need a drink. How about... keep forgetting. Isn't any Burleys anymore?
No. Just a big hole in the ground.
Let's walk over. I want to browse around.
Oh, Pop, there's nothing to see.
Well, let's take a snoop anyway. Just for old time's sake.
Well, okay, Pop, let's cross. We got the light.
Well, will you look at that? Who'd ever thought that less than 10 minutes ago there was a building here?
Yeah.
Let's climb down and have a look, Sweeney.
Well, what for, Pop? It's getting dark, you know. We'll break our necks.
Sweeney, where's your old reporter spirit? Come on.
Okay, but I don't see what you expect to... Ooh, my ankle.
Easy, easy.
Clean as a bone.
Well, let's walk around a bit. See anything?
No, just rocks, pieces of the foundation. I'll bet you that... Pop, wait a minute.
What?
Will you look at this? So small, I almost missed it.
Well, I'll be a son of a... A perfect scale model of Burley's. Less than 4 inches tall.
What do you suppose this is doing here?
I don't know.
Can I help you, gentlemen?
Pertwee.
What are you doing down here?
I'm looking for my model. Thank you for finding it.
Oh, this is yours, is it?
Certainly. Now, if you'll be kind enough to hand it to me, I'll just put it back in my suitcase.
You better give it to him, Pop.
All right.
Thank you. There we are. Thank you, gentlemen.
I thought you just went in for model trains.
I have always been preoccupied with tiny things, but lately I've been branching out. Well, I really must be going. Thank you very much.
He's as loony as a bat. The geniuses are all crazy. I read it in a book.
Sweeney, you get a look in that suitcase?
Sure, I seen it when he opened it in the bar this morning.
I mean just now.
Oh, why?
This morning when he opened his suitcase, he had a little round tube and a set of model trains in it. Nothing else.
So?
This time he had 3 other models.
So what?
Nothing. Except they happen to be models of the Empire State, Penn Station, and the United States Post Office.
There he goes down the block, Pop.
Pertwee, come back here.
He's starting to run.
Here's a cab. Come on.
What to, Mac?
Catch up with that little guy running down on the block. Make it fast.
Okay, Mac.
There he is. Hold it, cabby, hold it. Come on, Sweeney.
Hey, how about my dough? Hey, you bum!
Stop, gentlemen. Stop, I warn you.
Hey, Pop. He's got that little tube out of his suitcase. He's pointing
Grab him, Sweeney.
All right, give me that thing.
Let go my arm.
Give it to me. There.
I warn you.
Never mind the warnings. Just you come along with us. We're going to have a little talk. Take him up to the office, Sweeney.
Sure. Pop.
What?
Where's the taxi?
What?
The taxi.
If you look at the curb, you'll find your taxi.
Jumping saints. Pop, look at it.
Now, gentlemen, perhaps the world will believe in the validity of the Pertwee system of infinite acceleration.
All right, Hannibal, now you start talking.
I won't.
Hold his hand, Sweeney.
That's a pleasure.
Well, Hannibal?
Let me out of this office.
Talk.
Never.
Sweeney, where's the tube?
It's right here, Pop.
Now, Hannibal, I give you 5 seconds to talk, after which I'm turning this tube on you for a taste of your own medicine. Now, think it over. 1, 2,
No.
3,
I hate them. Why should I save them?
4.
All right. Put it away, please.
That's better. Now, how did you do it?
Many years ago, Einstein posed the theory that if an object were sufficiently accelerated, it would gradually flatten out and eventually disappear altogether. Working on this approach, I evolved a method of accelerating the atoms within the molecules, setting an object spinning in 4 rather than 3 dimensions. For many years, I tried to sell my idea to the railroad for condensing freight and storage.
And you start the thing spinning with this little tube?
The tube sends out a whirling ring of electrons which engulf the object.
Why did you turn it on those buildings?
I was driven to it. Only something dramatic could shock the world into realizing my greatness.
But you'll restore them. You brought back Grant's tomb.
I can restore them, yes.
Not can, Hannibal. Will.
On one condition.
Well?
that your paper give me full credit for my scientific achievement. Front page, pictures, a complete story.
It's a deal.
Wait a minute, Pop. We don't even work for this paper anymore, remember?
Well, we'll take care of that little matter, Sweeney. Mr. Colburn, this is Pop Atterby. You've just rehired me. Now, if you'd care to step down the hall into my new office, I think I can show you something make your hair stand on end. I have 3 missing buildings in my desk drawer.
Well?
He's on fire. Says he's coming down here to have me committed to an institution.
Fine.
All right, Atterby, all right. What's going on here? I fired you. I ordered you off these premises. If this is a joke,
Well, Mr. Colburn, you see these models?
What about them?
What would you say if I were to tell you that these 5-inch models are actually the Empire State, Penn Station, the United States Post Office, and Burley's Bar, and a taxicab, all compressed 500 times, that there are people in them so tiny they can't see them, that even time is so compressed inside these buildings that movement is impossible.
This is insanity. Who is this man?
Sit down, Colburn. The show hasn't even started yet. Sweeney, put the taxicab out in the middle of the floor.
Okay, Pop.
Now, stand back. Hannibal, here's the tube. Now, do your stuff.
Stand back. Now.
Good Lord. I don't believe it. It's getting bigger.
I reversed the polarity of the spin very gradually.
What's the idea of blocking traffic, you lousy bum? Hey, where am I? Hey, what happened? How did my cab get in this office?
Take it easy, George.
What is this? Who are you? Hey, ain't you the fare that skipped out on me? Hey, what is this, a bug house?
Well, Mr. Colburn?
I don't understand.
But you do believe.
Well, yes, I saw it right before my eyes.
Okay, well, then here's the deal. You give our boy Hannibal a front-page spread with pictures. He'll take these other buildings back to the original sites and restore them just like they were, with our cameras getting exclusive shots. Now, is it a bargain?
Is it a bargain? I may not be the best newspaper man in the world, but this is the biggest thing since Noah's Ark. You're rehired as city editor at your old salary.
My old salary?
All right, plus a 500 bonus.
Well, it's a deal. Sweeney, call composing. Tell them to double the size of the front page. Have them hold it for a red banner full-page headline. Got that?
Right.
Hello, Albert. This is Pop. Listen, I want all photographers up in my office right away. Call research. Tell that girl to have Columbia send a battery of big shots over to the former site of Penn Station. Copy,
Mac.
Copy, boy!
Hey, Mac.
I'm busy, George. Sweeney, what's the word?
Messed up.
All right. What is it?
All I want to know is, how do I get my hack out of this office?
You have just heard another adventure in time, space, and the unknown world of the future. The world of...
Dimension X.
How would you like to leave your home and friends for a trip that might last for 10 years or forever? You'll hear all about it on Dimension X next week when we present Shanghai.
Today, Dimension X has presented The Professor Was a Thief, an adaptation by George Lefferts of a story by L. Ron Hubbard. Featured in the cast were Arthur Maitland as Pop, John Larkin as Sweeney, and John Gibson as the Professor. Your host was Norman Rose. Music by Bert Berman, engineer Bill Chambers. Dimension X is produced by William Welch and directed by Edward King. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. Tonight is the time for the premiere.
Check, check, testing, 1, 2, fuck it. Good morning, Joey. And good morning. I'm here. I'm weird. Get used to it. What's going on, Joey? What'd you do last night? Did you play games? Oh yeah, I got the sniffies. I got the sniffies. It's the morning. Morning. First bong hit sniffle. Cassie, are you there? Hello? Are you there? I sent a message to a friend this morning who I'm hoping will visit us. She lives in Oregon. Oregon or Washington? I believe she lives in Oregon. It may be Washington. I get a little confused the further north I go. But I invited her to the show the other day, and she said that she's going to try to stop by because she's up. She's doing her coffee thing in the morning about now. So I'm hoping that I can get her to stop by and say hi, because I haven't actually seen her since the late 90s. So it's been almost 30 years since I've seen her. I didn't do anything last night either, dude. Oh, I didn't do a damn thing. Well, actually, I watched a movie. I did that. It was a movie we had been talking about yesterday. WW mentioned we were talking about Yaphet Kotto, and Yaphet Kotto in Live and Let Die, James Bond movie. New Orleans, the voodoo stuff, and it was like, you know what? I was searching through Prime, and there it was. How serendipitous, so I watched it. I watched the whole thing, which is kind of unusual, to sit on the couch by myself and watch a whole movie that I haven't seen in a long time, or a movie that I would want my family to see, my daughter or wife or something, but they weren't interested. So I watched it by myself. There you go. They prefer to do other stuff. My daughter, she does gaming and computer stuff, but mostly homework. And my daughter, my wife, she's a phone person. She's a phony. She's one of them people that sits on their phone and scrolls. I can't. I find myself scrolling for a couple of minutes, swiping, and I'm like, what the fuck am I doing? This is doing nothing here for me. And so I promptly get the fuck out of there and throw my phone away. Because unless it's doing something for my channel, or for the community, or for my family, I got no reason to be on that fucking phone. Surfing and scrolling and surfing and swiping and scrolling. It's like, how can you... Is there a way to do anything less with your life? Probably not. Swiping and scrolling seems to be the in fad now where people will sit in groups of hundreds of people, perhaps thousands of people at a concert, and everybody's on their fucking phone. I like look down the aisles where I'm sitting at a concert, and it's like nobody's watching the fucking show. They're watching the show through their phone. It's like, why don't you just fucking watch the video at home? Why bother coming here? My goodness, it just irks me. I'm Urkel. I'm irked. Fucking shit, man. Get over it, people. It's just a little fucking technical device to completely rob you of your existence here on planet Earth. So yeah, have a ball. Knock yourself out. Stay on that thing all fucking day and all night. And get up. Be sure to get up early in the morning and turn that fucking thing on. And third fucking scroll. If you're going to turn it on and actually do something, watch a movie, watch a show, hey, watch me. That's fine. You know? I don't see anything wrong with it. It's unhealthy to be on your phone all the time in the middle of the world when you could actually be socializing. You could actually be doing something out in the world. And instead, you're on your phone watching other people out in the world doing stuff. Gosh, that looks like fun. I wish I could do something like that. Well, you could if you got off your fucking phone. Yeah. There you go. There you go. Cassie, she's a friend from my Grateful Dead era. She's, I believe, a little bit younger than me, if not much younger than me. Age didn't really matter when we were going to the Renaissance Fair and Grateful Dead shows and living in Mammoth. It was people, man. So I didn't pay too much attention to people's age. But she and I spent some time hanging out together during those Grateful Dead days because we weren't like severe deadheads. We were in it to kind of for the experience and for the partying and the hanging out and the smoking pot and doing mushroom, that kind of thing, you know. I think that's the reason why we were both there. Everybody else there was invested in this because of the Grateful Dead. And we didn't know enough about what was going on to put too much of ourselves into it, right? We were just hanging out. Had we done this more, we probably would have become full-fledged deadheads. But we were just shakedown street urchins. That's it. That's all. We were just hanging out. We were vending stuff. Sorry, I got these little widgets of stuff on my fingers here, and it bugs me. Anywho, it is Friday. I'm going to try to go long today. It is the 10th of the 10th month. It is 10/10. It is October 10th, 2025. Like that. Just like that. We are in the throes of October. I almost said August. But this is Rocktober. Yeah, baby. That's what I'm saying, baby. I'm going to pull a little bit of this resin out of my peep here. Out of my my bong bowl here. Because it's just got just a little too much of that resin. Tar. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's just tar. Totally. And now I'm going to heat it up and melt it off of my thing here. There we go. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. Come on, get off of there. I don't want to wipe you. You're too much dark resin, right? Who likes that? I did. I used to, back when I was young and had clean lungs. Then I could afford to put this black shit in there. I can't do that now. Alright, I'm just going to use this and wipe it off because I gots to. And then I got to do it again. I got to wring this fucker out. Yep. I'm telling you. It's just getting icky. It's getting icky. icky up in here. Oh, man. Ah, jeez Louise. What I need is a little bottle of alcohol. That's what I need to clean things. Got to have some alcohol. Got to have some alcohol. So, you got to tell me what's going on out there in the world, because I do not pay attention anymore. I don't look. I don't watch the news. I don't open my eyes when I go out. I drive blindfolded. I'm just done with it, right? I'm just done with it. So I don't pay attention anymore when I go out. I don't. I go out, I do what I got to do. I keep my head down, and I go back home and hide. That's all I can do. Why? Because if I don't, I get angry. So I just keep my head down. Keeping my head down. Keeping my head down. Keeping my head down. We should do some Michael McDonald today, right? You don't know me, but I'm your brother. Totally, yeah. Totally. Really? If I try really hard, I can do a decent Michael McDonald, but it's kind of rough. It's kind of rough. My impression is kind of rough. Not the task. Well, both, I guess. I guess it's like a little bit of both. Yeah? It's just a little... Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh. Get out of here. Yicky. Yicky, sticky, icky. Alright. I'm just about done cleaning my bong bowl. And then, you know what? I can take a really good bug. You got a concert tonight. Yeah! That's cool. I dig that. I'd love to hear that. Kids going to shows, having a good time, living life, and loving the world. I dig it, baby. I dig it. So who are you going to see? Ronaldo and the Rejects? I don't know. I don't know these new bands. They're all kooky. They got these weird names, you know. They got these weird names. Well, all the good names have been taken, so now you gotta come up with weird names, you know. Like fucking weirdness, dude. Weird is okay, I guess. I mean, if you're into that kind of thing. Right. All right. Well, I'm doing pretty good. I got my bone cleaned out. I got my stem cleaned out. I got my bowl cleaned out. I gotta clean it some more. Because it's just icky. It's sticky icky. You don't know me, but I'm your brother. What? You ain't my brother. Get the fuck out of here. Jeez. My brother's black and he's got nappy hair. You ain't him. You ain't him. Anna Managuchi and Ovalov. Alright, now you're just making shit up. No, I totally get it. Totally. Anna Managuchi and Ovalov. Dude, like, I invited him to my house once and he didn't show up. Lemmy showed up, but none of them showed up. You think, you know, free booze, they would have showed up, eh? But no. No, stingy. Stingy? Stingy. Money, Penny. Why are you so stingy? Stingy, Penny. Alright, I got a clean bong, I got a clean bong stem, I got a clean bowl. Pretty clean. Let me do some more scraping on this bowl here to get this thing a little cleaner. And hopefully I won't cut myself in the process. I don't like to cut myself. That's no fun. Well, Oh, dude, I was thinking that. Onomatopoeia. Oh, what was that other one? I kept fucking with the other day. Now I won't remember. Ooh, Night Watch. I gotta find some shows. An old radio show called Night Watch. And it was in the 1950s, I believe. 50s or 60s. And it was the precursor to Cops, the TV show. It was a ride-along reporter who... They had a microphone hidden in the car so they could listen to the radio. He had a little mic on him so he could talk about what was going on. And he would just ride along with the police, and they would do their thing. And on the way to the thing, he would talk to them and find out what was going on. And then they'd get there, and he'd kind of just sit in the back and describe what was happening. And you could hear the people and the stuff going on. And then they'd get back in the car and they would talk about what had just happened, or go to the hospital, or go to the station. It's a really neat, innovative show. So I'm going to try to find that and bring that series and pop it on the channel here. Because that sounds really, really different than most of the other stuff that we've been doing on the channel. So... and since it's more real, it's more of a reality thing, I like the idea of broadcasting it here on the old channel, on the old onomatopoeia. Totally, it's like, I don't know where I'm going or what I'm doing. I just know that I get the sniffles, and I love coffee. Well, I'm really hoping that Cassie shows up this morning. If you're out there, send a message. Say hi. I did the usual post on Facebook to announce that I'm here this morning. And then I went and I sent her a message in Messenger. I don't know that she uses Messenger anymore. But I know that we're connected there. So I went ahead and sent her a message and a link to the show. I'm hoping at some point this morning, before we're gone, she has a chance to stop by. I was kind of hoping that at some point I could start getting people to call me on Facebook Messenger. You don't have to have... Well, I guess you do. You don't have to get on Facebook to use Messenger. It's a separate app. So you could sign up on Facebook, make a little shitty account, friend me, and then we could start getting back together, back and forth, right? So that's kind of what I'm looking for, is for the next season to get people like yourself actually on the show. Not just in the comments, but actually on the show. And I think that would be fun. It'd be kind of a technical challenge sometimes, but it's pretty easy just to shuffle you over from one computer into the video mixer and then onto the live. So I'm hoping that we can do that. I'm hopeful. That's all. I'm just hopeful. Yeah. You don't know me. Shut up. Shut up. Yeah. Copy. It's good stuff. It is so good. It is so good. All right, Cassie, come on, baby. I hear you out there. I know you're out there. She's kind of frustrated and intense, like I am, about the state of the world. The state of people nowadays. We come from a different era, and it just makes us really angry when we've got so many people wrapped up in themselves and so wrapped up in their phones and uninvolved in the world. They think they're involved because they're doing this, right? And they're just not involved. Texting, commenting, posting, liking, sharing, subscribing, that doesn't help the world. Actually doing stuff, all right? prayer changes things. Yeah, if you're actually doing something along with prayer, just sitting there praying ain't going to do no good. I pray every day. Thing ain't getting better yet. Come on. Pray more. Do more. Change something. Make things different, you know. God ain't going to fucking do it for you. God helps those who helps themselves. I help your fucking, you know, and then there's, well, I'm helping myself. I'm helping myself to the world. I'm taking whatever I can get for me. That ain't it either. Get your heads out of your fucking bullshit. There I go. I'm getting crazy again. See, she did it to me. She turned me on, and now I'm like, rah. All right, so yesterday we were looking at picture books, and we're going to look at some more picture books this morning. Onomatopoeia. On a tomato. I'm gonna pee on a tomato. I'm gonna pee on a tomato. See? There you go. Onomatopoeia. I'm gonna pee on a tomato. There's like no difference. What's he saying the same thing for? Why does he want to pee on a tomato? I'm gonna pee on a tomato. Shut up. Wow, you hear that? What a difference. What a difference a little reaming makes. Oh, and it's cleaner too. Gosh, that hit great. That was great. Also, I didn't overpack it. Because, of course, it's hitting better now. Master. Okay. Coffee, bong hits, talking. Coffee, bong hits, talking. It's just rinse and repeat. That's it, man. I'm telling you, that is it. That's a ticket, man. I'm gonna get a ticket. Yeah. You overpack. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. You need to start packing lighter. Stop it with the luggage and just do your carry-on. You do. It all goes to wardrobe, really, because you're a fashionista. So you like to be able to choose a wardrobe. That's why you take stuff. I saw a great carry-on bag, and it's this suit bag, right? It's a big suit bag, and you open it up and you put your clothes in it. You lay out your pants and your jacket or your shirts or whatever, right? And it holds a decent amount of stuff. And then that zips and folds into a carry-on bag with a lot of pockets. And I'm like, well, that is so fucking cool. Between that and a backpack with all of the pockets and fixins, I think that would be enough, you know. I think that would be enough. Totally. It's either that or you pack a lot of stuff and you bring it and then you don't take it home. And you just keep leaving more and more stuff here. And then it'll be like your dad's going to walk into your room one day and there's going to be nothing there. And you in a bag. All right, I'm going on a trip again. Bye. And there's nothing left. You overpacked. You took everything. Yeah, hear me now. I don't know. I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know. I do know that I got some different weed. I got some more of that wild cherry crumble. It's really, really good. It's like a really good red hair bud, but it's got that diesel-y, gassy thing going on. So it's got a little bit of a bite on the end. Not like original red hair sativa. That was mostly kind of fruity and flowery tasting. And it when you smoked it, it was like, it wasn't so much smoking something as it was like biting into a piece of something. Really. I remember some great red hair from back in the day, really good red hair. Well, that's what we called it. It was before we knew about trichomes and crystals and all that stuff. So we knew that if we got pot with really a lot of red hairs on it, it was a good bud, right? I want a skunky weed, really bright green with a lot of dark red hairs on it. That's what I want right there. Yeah, baby. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm a connoisseur. He lives in a what? Yeah. I live in a connoisseur. It's just a connoisseur, you know. What is he, the clown on it? Hurry up and get a bigger house so I can move in. I wish, brother. I wish. Things are just rough, you know. It's the cost of living out here is impossible, which is why we live in this tiny little crappy mobile home in a mobile home park. Because out here, it's just too damn expensive. I don't think we're even going to contemplate moving until, first of all, Natalie graduates, and second of all, we can recon a different area, right? I really want to take a road trip out to Colorado and look at Pueblo and look at the surrounding areas and look at what it would take to move out there and get into a house, right? And then what kind of work is available, and what the economy's like, what the tourism is like. Because if my wife and I can do the same thing that we're doing here, and just kind of pick it up and shift and move over there and keep doing the same stuff, vacation rental stuff, you know, keep up in maintenance and cleaning, that kind of stuff. You're young, you can find a job anywhere. Natalie's young, she can find a job anywhere. I'm thinking on hiring her as my assistant this summer for 2 months, and have her hire on as an an apprenticing personal assistant, and have her do it without pay. What do you call that? So what I want to do is have her on a schedule, helping me every day with my channel for 2 months, being my personal assistant, taking care of mainly TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, whatever all that other shit is. And what I'd like her to do is to take my channel and through social media double my subscribers over a 2-month period. Whatever my subscriber count is, get her to double or more my subscriber count and be my personal assistant, taking care of this and taking care of that, so that I can say internship. That's it. Thank you, Joey. I can give her on her resume that she interned as my assistant. And not only did she help me get on all these platforms, but she took my subscription level. I've been on YouTube for 10 years. In 2 months, she doubled my subscription from 250 to 500 or something, right? Or more. And not only that, but she taught me how to use all of the other platforms, so that when she was done with her internship, I was able to handle stuff on myself, right? So that's kind of what I'm looking for. She'll be my dog walker, my personal assistant, my social media attendant. She'll be my booking agent. She'll find me flights and concerts and dates and places and things to do, right? She'll arrange stuff. She'll say, okay, we've got an appointment to go here and meet these people and then do that. And a lot of this stuff will be semi-fictitious because I'm just getting her to do it so that she knows what to do. All right, I want you to get me a flight from here to here and then from there to there with no layovers. And then it's her job to find that and find out how much it is. And then print that out and stick it in the file. So she can say, okay, I know how to do this, I know how to do that, I know how to do this. I can take care of somebody completely, and all they have to do is what they're required of their job, and I do everything else, right? So that way, if she ever decides that she wants to do that so that she can then travel for free, that's it. So even if it never goes anywhere, I think it would be great on her resume. I got through with my bachelor's. I took a couple of months off and I interned for my father on his YouTube channel, and I helped him with this and doubled his subscription, taught him how to use all of these things. And now I want to do this, and she just keeps adding to her resume, right? Whether she's getting paid or not, it's still experience. She might even work at the dispensary, the casino slash reservation dispensary. One, because the pay is good. Two, the tips are really good. Three, it's a really laid back environment with really nice people. It's well secured, well lit. It's a safe environment to work in. And it would kind of help her with back and forth with people, right? And do that for a couple of months, because they've got a pretty good revolving door with employees there. So if she could just do something like that for a couple of months, where she gets used to back and forth with people every day, because it's not a difficult thing, right? You just have to know how to do it. I mean, even Joey has to do it. He don't like it, but Joey's got to do the back and forth with people every day. And more than likely, he just passes them off and says, yeah, let me find somebody for you. Because that's what I would do. I'm not really into dealing with people. But because I've had practice pretending, no problem. I can be a total people person if I have to. Which makes me think that I want to do some MC work, Master of Ceremonies stuff. I'd like to be able to do something at one of the local venues where I'm just there to announce who's coming up. Right? I'm just there as an announcer. Do an open mic night where I'm just there to facilitate the people doing their stuff. Right? Not so much me, but just there as kind of a character to bring the evening together, right? I could see myself doing something like that. I could see myself doing live on stage or somewhere, right? Doing like a DJ where I just sit in a booth like this and I talk about stuff that's going on, whatever's happening at the event or in the area or with the people. Hey, I just talked to this guy right over here, and he let me in on the biggest thing about this area. Have you ever been over to Giant Rock? I'm telling you, Giant Rock is a great... And I'll just go on, and now I'm going to put on a song, because this is a really big rock song. And then, boom, put on some music. I'd love to do something like that. Be a DJ at an outdoor event, right? And you're just off in the corner in your little booth with your stuff set up, and maybe even doing a live feed, right? But just doing like a DJ thing, just putting music on, just keep putting different types of music off the computer, out of an 8-track, or reel-to-reel, turntables, and just have it all set up in a little canopy, in a little booth, 3 walls, lights, posters. You know, I'd love to have the insides of a canopy look like wood paneling with posters and, you know, a shelf with lava lamp, and kind of like this in a little booth, in a little canopy at one of those places. You know, black light posters, so that not only do you hear the past, but you walk by the booth and go, oh my God, this dude's like, it looks like it's WKRP in Cincinnati, right? That would be great. Some stacks of records, 8 tracks on a shelf here, some CDs, some cassettes, computer just loaded with fucking sound. That'd be great. Have a monitor, right? And on the monitor be showing like movies and shit, crazy videos. If I'm going to do a song, do the video version of the song from the computer, pipe it in, and then have the actual video playing, right? Everybody around hears the music, but when you walk by the booth, there's the actual music video from the 1980s. That would be cool too. Yeah. Internship. Internal. Totally. So yesterday we were talking a little bit about California and looking through some picture books, and one of the irregulars, WW, mentioned that, actually commented that, wow, you know a lot about your state. And I was thinking about that comment all day yesterday, right? And it made me go back to the past, where in the past everybody knew a lot about their state. At least they were in school. You were required to know everything about your government, the country, your state, surrounding states, surrounding countries, right? Your state, your county, your town. You should know all that history of all those areas, right? That's just, we were required to know these things when we were younger. And it was almost as if each person, in their own way, in their own state or town or village or whatever, they should almost be, in fact, they should be. We should all be ambassadors to our state, ambassadors for our town. If somebody comes into our town and says, hey, where do I find... If you live in that town, you should be able to say, hey, I got you covered, dude. Check this out. You go down here, you make a right. But if you want a better place, you want to go over here. Let me write this down for you. Check this out, dude. You should be an ambassador to your state, to your town, to your country. You should be a planetary ambassador, so that no matter who it is you're confronted with, you can help them, no matter what it is. That's what it is to be, for me, an ambassador, somebody who is well equipped to help those in that area. Maybe there's a different word for it, but I think everybody should be an ambassador to your local area, whether it be your town, your neighborhood, or your state, or your country. You run into somebody from foreign soil, and they're asking you stuff about your area, right? I'm not saying that you should take them by the hand and lead them on a tour, but why shouldn't you want to? Why should you not want to do that, right? If you're proud enough about your country and your state and your town and your village and your neighbor, why wouldn't you want to say, hey, I want to show you something, and take them and show them something in your area? Something fun, important. When somebody comes to my town, I try to say, hey, we got lots of stuff to see and do around here. Let's take a day and let's go do something. It don't always work out that way, but I try to be just that, an ambassador to my town here. It's where I can invite people and actually show them a decent time. Visit the park, visit the surrounding areas, the little things that we have about our area here. Yeah, it's really it's fun to take people to these little places and special things that only you know about, or only the locals know about. I think it's time to heat up my coffee and do this bong hit here. So I'll be right back, and you can pick out an artist of the day, Joey, if you would, and I'll see if I can dig something up. It's probably easier for you because you know my tastes and kind of what I have here. So give it a shot. Give me an artist or two to pick from. got here? Internship. Well, I don't know them. I don't know that band. Let's see. Okay. You know, I think one of the most important things that that we could probably do, my family, is to find that little piece of property, an acre or 20, out in a rural area where it's easier to build and grow stuff. A well, you know, someplace with a lot of trees and green rainbow. Okay. Rainbow. I'm trying to think of if I have any rainbow on cassette. No. Rainbow on 8-track. No. And definitely no rainbow on... No rainbow on LP for sure. Although we did see a great rainbow yesterday outside. We pulled up, we got back from the store, my wife and I looked up, and it was all cloudy everywhere. Big dark thunderheads and clouds and rain clouds and shit everywhere. And there was the mountains, Joshua Tree Hills, and these dark thunder clouds, and then a piece of sun and rainbow. And it was like, looked just like a little short of rainbow right below the clouds. She says, why isn't it above the clouds? I'm saying, well, there's no moisture up there. It's all down here, you know. And it was like right below a cloud where it was obvious there was a lot of moisture in the air because there was this just heavy rainbow. And it was pretty cool. Deep purple. Now we're getting somewhere. Dude, I was thinking Deep Purple yesterday. I was thinking maybe I'll just make this the album today. And so there you go. Okay, here's a Deep Purple. Here's a Deep Purple here. I got a Deep Purple. See, we're close. We are close. Here is Machine Head Deep Purple 8-track. $9. I didn't pay $9 for it. Highway Star, Maybe I'm a Leo, Lazy, Never Before, Smoke on the Water, Pictures of Home, Space Truckin'. What a great fucking album. This has probably got the most fucking hits on it. That is a Deep Purple. Machine Head. That's a beautiful one. I love it. I love it, baby. Yeah. Oh, my coffee. It's hot. It's hot, baby. Oh, baby. So, Deep Purple Machine Head is the album of the day. No, really. No, really, Bo Billy. Billy. Yeah, I mean, hear me now and think about me later, 'cause I don't know what. Oh, a bong hit. Oh, piece of candy. Cassie, are you there? Cassie? Are you there yet? Oh, that thing is hitting good this morning. I'm glad I cleaned that out. Totally. Yeah, baby. Oh, man. Oh, here we go. Oh, here we go. I have the full playlist of the album. Highway Star, Maybe I'm a Leo, Pictures of Home, Never Before, Smoke on the Water, Lucy, Space Truckin'. So let me share that. Copy that link. Go over here. Get to my show. Go to my show. Bada bing bang boom. Alright, okay. There we are. There's my show. There are the comments. There's this. Let me paste this in the comments. Hit enter. And then back into the comments. And then I gotta check the date on the back of this real quick. 1972. Warner Brothers because they diversified early. Okay, here we go. 1972. Oh, not 1872. 1972. And deep purple nurple. There we go. And that's it. Time. Hey, alright. So there we go. Now we can check out that this morning. Thank you for the, hey, good morning, WW. Aw, you're not Cassie. I'm waiting for an old friend to show up, and she's not here. So she might not show up. I hope she does, but she probably won't. She's probably already too busy this morning. Unless she gets up late and has coffee late. Then maybe, how goes it today? Machine Head Deep Purple 1972, chosen by Joey. It goes okay. I'm here. I'm weird. Get used to it. I'm alive. I woke up breathing today, so that's a plus. I cleaned out my bong really good this morning, so now I'm having really good hits. Lassie, come home, Lassie. Lassie, no, Cassie. She's a lassie. She's Cass the Lass. She's a cool chick from back in the past. A girl I went to Grateful Dead shows with a long time ago. Almost 30 years ago. Well, we don't all drink till we puke. I don't think so. I doubt that she's hungover. But you never know. I'm usually hung under. You know, I'm like way under, you know, like low-hanging fruit. I am just, I'm down there. Jimmy Stewart. Thank you. I just watched a Jimmy Stewart movie yesterday. It was the Philadelphia Story. He used to get into some weird poetry. As he got older, he started to write more and more weird poetry. And I gave my daughter an example that was not his poetry. And I said something like, my dog loves to chase his tail without fail. It was as if his foot was pinned to the ground by a nail. I mean, he just would scramble off on this weird fucking poetry things, and he would just, that old dog. Yeah. Johnny Carson. You find some great Jimmy Stewart poetry on Johnny Carson. It's like being hungover. It makes me feel alive. The pain. Oh, I know about pain. I don't need to get hungover to know about pain. In fact, I don't drink because it's just going to cause more pain. The pain in my stomach from not having eaten enough and then putting alcohol in it. The pain of the hangover. If I drink too early in the day, don't matter what it is, but especially wine, I get a hangover. If I drink without eating, I get a headache, rather. If I drink without eating, I also get a headache. I get headaches. Drinking, not that great for me. My daughter, she's like my wife. She can do a shot and it doesn't bug her. She's like, well, maybe it's because I'm half Mexican. And I said, that's probably it. Because I'm me? You know? Ooh. At some point, before I'm dead, Moneypenny, I'll probably have some shots. Oh, by the way, WW, I did watch Live and Let Die last night. No. Americana albums. No, but I better write that down because I don't remember that being in my notes. Joe and Wayne. JW. Americana. I think I might have some of that on LP over in my piles of stuff. But yeah, I watched what a great soundtrack. Live and Let Die, James Bond, Roger Moore. A lot of fun people in that. It was like, yeah, I'll watch it. I was browsing last night, and it was after I got back from the store and finished watching the Philadelphia Story with Cary Grant, Katharine Hepburn, Jimmy Stewart. Beautiful movie. Oh, they're on YouTube. Okay. Well, let me just put a little YT here so that I know where to go. A little YT. And then if I can find it in whole somewhere, then I like that too, because then I can save it over digitally. I better break up some. So yeah, I watched that movie. That was great. Thank you. Sat at it by myself last night and watched that whole fucking Roger Moore movie. And I'm not a Roger Moore fan. And boy, is he a cocky one. He's just a series of one-liners. If you watch that movie, it's a Wings song, Live and Let Die, by Wings, written by Paul McCartney and Linda McCartney, performed by Paul McCartney and Wings, is what it said in the credits. So it's a great soundtrack, because they'll be walking through the Haiti village, and the music will be Haitian music will be playing in the background, but if you listen real close, it's the melody of Live and Let Die, right? There's this stage performance of this girl, black girl on stage singing this song, and she's doing the same song, only doing it differently, right? Put some soul into it. She put a little stank on it. It was pretty good. It was a great soundtrack. It was like a reoccurring, there was a running gag through the whole thing. Thank you, Joey. It was a running gag through the whole movie, the soundtrack. And it was funny. It was funny that they kept playing that song over and over, and it pop up this way and pop up in this form. Yeah, it was a great movie. I loved watching it. Yaphet Kotto, what a bizarre guy he is. Oh yeah, the 7-Up guy. That big, tall top hat dude with the painted face, half white, half black. Big guy, big teeth. Just a fantastic character, right? And then, of course, at the end, he's supposed to be dead. And at the end, he's on the front of the train laughing as they're hauling ass down the tracks. Yeah, it is an amazing song. It's an amazing song, and it's an okay movie. I like the fact that they had the foresight to do the song ahead of time so that they could squeeze it into the movie, because that scene would have had to have been done relatively early before editing, right? To get that girl to sing that song on stage. And same thing with the soundtrack. I mean, we put the soundtrack in kind of late in editing, but that whole scene, yeah, it was really good. It's totally cool. And I almost want to say that I've seen it in the theater, because that's what it felt like. Let me see. Live and Let Die, Moneypenny. Oh, there it is. There it is. Live and Let Die. 1973 James Bond film. Alright, so there you go. I did not see it in the theater. I would have been 5 years old, so I did not. It's more than likely I am remembering seeing it from HBO at a friend's house. Yeah. But what a great flick. You watch this James Bond 25th anniversary trailer on YouTube. They're going to play Guns N' Roses version of that song. Oh, I remember that. That's right. They massacred that song. Just kidding. I mean, their music was okay, but because of the failings of their lead singer, I didn't really stay with them. I saw them in concert once. We went to see the Rolling Stones. Paid a lot of money to go see the Rolling Stones. And I took a friend who I'm hoping I can get to come hang out here. And she was like 15 years old, and she wanted to see Guns N' Roses. And I wanted to see the Rolling Stones again with my father, because we hadn't seen them since '78, and this was '89. So we're there, and we're having a good time. And the first act does their thing. I think it was Living Color. And then it took forever for Guns N' Roses to get out there. And then he'd get out on stage, and he went into a rant about how he hated to be there, and how he hated the audience, and how we were all a bunch of fools for spending this kind of money. And it was really, really hard to watch, right? He picked up a microphone stand and threw it out into the security pit. And he's lucky it didn't go out into the audience. Oh yeah, I used to know that one by heart. Appetite for Destruction. I used to know that album by heart. My friends and I used to jam a lot of that stuff. So the unfortunate part that was, my father was there, and he really wanted to have a good time, and I swear he was going to go up there and drag him off of the stage. I kid you not, right? He's that kind of guy, and he was so fucking pissed off that this cocky son of a bitch is going to call us all assholes and fuckheads and stand on the stage and do this at us and say, fuck you, you bunch of idiots. Literally. I mean, I'm dead serious, all right? He was a complete asshole. Completely, 100%. Unforgiving. And he got booed. He got booed off the fucking stage at some point. They just booed him. They started throwing shit at him, and they booed his ass off the fucking stage. And he was fucking wasted. You could totally tell he was wasted on... And I don't like those. Maybe nowadays at some concerts, but what a mismatch. It was a Rolling Stones concert with a Rolling Stones audience, and the most they had done to Mick Jagger was throw shoes at him because it was a gag. He kicked a shoe off into the audience accidentally and asked for his shoe back, and somebody threw their shoe, and then more shoes, and then more shoes, and it was like a thing. But I dig stage antics where you're gonna do stuff to the audience and fuck with them, but this was different. This was way different. He was in some kind of drug-addled rant, whether it was because he wasn't on drugs or he had done too much or hadn't done enough. He was a complete asshole. And looking back, I should have said, you know what? Let's go to the front. Let's go to the front and find something to throw at this son of a bitch. Because my dad was pissed. Here's something. My dad is the guy that we took to Iron Maiden Power Slave Tour. Right? We took my father. At this point, he's 40 years old. He's just like 41, 42. And he's a guy. He looks like a cop. He's got short hair, wears a buttoned-up shirt, a tie, Ray-Bans, watch, slacks, shiny shoes. He looks like a police detective, okay? So my father, we take him to this concert, and of course, he's wearing jeans and a t-shirt, right? But his thing is to go to the front where the stage is. He likes to go right up front because that's where the girls are. And that's where the girls are showing their boobies, right? So that's when he goes to a concert, that's what he liked to do. So we took him to the concert, and he said, all right, later. And he took off and went down in front, smoked a joint. And when there was a band playing first, Jim Morrison used to call people slaves from the stage. And berate, and totally, yeah, but if you think about where his head was at and where America was at the time, he wasn't far from the truth. So we're at this concert, and Warrior is on stage playing. I think it was Warrior, I think it was Warrior, but they were up on stage, and they're warming up for Iron Maiden. and they're just fucking kicking it, right? They're just so my father is up front, and the way the arena is, it's just a big place like this, a big floor, but it's kind of slanted a little bit. The stage is up high, the floor's a little bit, and it's just a big pavilion, just a big long building used for county fairs and whatnot. So my father is all the way up at the stage, right there, and security pit, and he keeps getting bumped, right? And I hear this story. This story I hear from my brother, my sister, who were each there in different places that I didn't know until afterward. Several of my friends who knew my father. Who's that guy over there? Is that a cop? No, that's my dad. He's not a cop. Oh, okay. But why does he look? He's got a job. So what happened was people kept bumping up against him, and he's like, "What the fuck, man?" He's right in front of the stage, and there's a mosh pit going on. And people keep not just accidentally bumping up into him, but slamming into him, right? He didn't know what a slam dance was. He had no idea what a mosh pit was. He had no idea where he was, period. So somebody comes up to him, my father, 40, 41, 42 years old, and they just bang, and they look at him like, "Come on, man." And so my dad turns around, looks at him, and drops him to the ground. Boom. Another guy comes up and goes, "Hey, man," and bumps up to my dad. My dad turns around and takes him down. So I get somebody tugging on me. I'm hanging out with my friends. Hey, man, your dad's up front fighting. I'm like, "What?" "No, he's not." "Yeah, man, he's up there punching people." "Get out of here." Whatever. And as it turns out, he was. He was right up front in a slam pit, and he had no clue what was going on, and people kept bullying him, bumping into him, and doing this. "Come on, man, let's go." And he didn't kind of understand what was going on, so he thought they were trying to fight with him. He's only, 20 years out of Vietnam, so he just got busy. He cleaned house that night. He cleaned a lot of clocks. And then on the way home, of course, we made him drive because we were high on acid. Yeah. I love those old recordings of Jim Morrison out there fucking around with the audience, because it's a stage thing for him. He's not fucking with the audience so much as he's performing, right? Whereas someone like Ahmel Roth, he's just being a dick, right? Because he's so cocky and full of himself, and it's one thing to just go out on stage and do stage antics, but it's another to make the audience feel like, "You're right, why the fuck did I give you money? Why did I put money in your pocket, you asshole?" And it was a total mismatch, having Guns N' Roses in between Living Colour and the Rolling Stones. Really? I don't even think they did any more on that tour. I think they replaced him. It's like, you're not a good fit. I didn't like it. Once he got on stage and did all that shit, I checked out. I'm like, fuck, tell me when the Stones are coming on. Let's smoke a joint. Fuck this asshole. Fuck this music, And we had to keep it cool, right? Because I brought this girl here, 15 years old, to see this concert, to see her band. So I was like, nudging my dad, just cool it, man. Just let her have her minute, And she was kind of like, you could see it on her face that she was really let down, when she kind of glanced at me and that look in her face, like, did he really just call us assholes and we're stupid for being here? There might be a video of that show. But man, that was a drag. It was and the fact that she was there and she wanted to see this and it was her thing, and eventually they got to the music and they played some music, but they just kept booing them, right? Because most of the audience was there for the Rolling Stones, and you could see that in the crowd, and it was quite upsetting. It was, and I felt bad for her, and I felt bad for my father. I didn't give a fuck, really. Yeah, what, fuck that asshole. I'm used to assholes, so. I see one in the mirror every day. Well, we are into our second hour. It is hilarious. But my life is filled with stupid little hilarious moments like that. And I don't look back and go, oh, that motherfucker. I look back and go, yeah, that's one of those things that happen. It is. It's fucking hilarious. Back then it was a bummer. That night it was a bummer. I mean, seriously, my dad would be waiting behind the stage with a baseball bat. Come here, motherfucker. That's the kind of guy he was. Come here, motherfucker. What did you say? Ain't life grand? Ain't life grand? What is that? 1986, 87? They Live. Rowdy Roddy Piper. Ain't love grand? That's what he says. Yeah, it is. You're born, you live, you die. You eat shit in between. What are you gonna do? That's the way it is. Yeah, baby. So I'm gonna be here as long as I'm gonna be here this morning, because I can be. And I might even obey. See, there you go. Yep, we sleep, they live. Totally. I need to get some of those dark glasses. Totally. Yeah, baby. I don't know how long I'm going to be on this morning. It's Friday. I don't think my wife has any reason to get up early. My daughter, she ain't going to get up till 2 in the afternoon here because she stays up late doing homework. Homework time is like when mom and dad go to sleep. That's homework time. So she usually tries to rest most of the day and then get up and have some lunch rather than breakfast. Sometimes she'll have breakfast. And then try to take it easy for a little while and then she's like, all right, I finally got to get into something. I got shit to do. I got to redo this, and hand it in. But she's got it nailed now. She knows how to schedule her time. It's just, there are periods where it's overwhelming. Like before and after her trip to Chicago, overwhelming. Because there was so much to get done before, and then there's so much to catch up on after. And now we're coming up to, midterm stuff. And then trying to get stuff done so that she's not working over the holidays. Mainly Thanksgiving. She is a night owl. Yeah, she takes after her father. I can stay up all night long and then come here and do this show. And then sleep all day and then get up and do it again. I don't usually do that. Usually I try to get into bed between 8 and midnight, somewhere in there, and try to get 4, maybe 6 hours max. This morning, I realized I'd gotten in and gone to sleep too early last night because at 1:30 in the morning, I'm wide awake. I get up to take a leak, get back into bed, and I'm like, boo. So it took me an hour to get back to sleep. And then once I did, I'll be a son of a bitch if I didn't have to get up and take a leak again. And that's just the story of my life. So I dealt with it. This morning the alarm was going off and I'm like, yeah, I know. I've been here watching it, you fucker. See, now Joey's going to sleep. He's like, quit talking about sleep. All right, take care, brother. Have a good night. Let's get together and play some games. We got to play some games. All right. Take care of yourself. Peace. Good night. Hug your teddy bear. Because that's what it's for. So yeah, earlier I was talking about being an ambassador to your state, because yesterday WW had mentioned that I knew a lot about my state, Los Angeles and stuff. And it goes back to childhood and when we were all required to know our local history, state history, government history, U.S. history, the history of the states and countries near us and that kind of stuff, right? And nowadays, it's all right there on the phone, so you don't really need to know it anymore. So there are no real ambassadors anymore. You should be an ambassador to your town. If somebody comes up and says, "Hey man, what's a good place to eat around here?" Well, you should know all the good places. Anytime somebody asks a question like that, "Hey, do you know where this street is, or this is, or that is, or do you know where I can find?" I'm more than happy to talk to someone and share what I know about my area, right? And I think if we all did that more, we'd all be more neighborly. It would be more communal. We'd all feel welcome wherever we go, right? And instead, you pull up next to somebody and ask them directions, and they roll their window up and take a picture of you in case you mug them later, right? He might try to hurt us. Lock your door, you know. Or you ask somebody something and they're like, "Look on your phone, dude. What are you, stupid?" Or it's like, "I can't be bothered. Can't you see I'm on my phone? Can't you see I'm scrolling?" I'm like, "God, why don't you scroll and figure it out? Just take the humanity right out of the world, phone. Just rip the humanity out of people. Just totally." All right, Cassie, if you're there, good morning. I'm hoping you stopped by this morning. I don't see that you're here, but if you are, I hope you'll say hello. I miss you. I haven't seen you in so long. It's been almost 30 years since I've seen her, so I do hope that Cassie does stop by. You never know. We are at the age. Well, I'm telling you, you're at the age. You don't know nothing about age yet, dude. When I was your age, I thought I knew about age. Oh my God! And then I didn't realize I was going to actually make it to where I'm at now. And now I'm like, oh, jeez, take me now. It gets pretty rough. Every day, it's a new challenge. It's a new thing. Yeah, it is. It really is. The age of uncertainty. I don't know what the fuck's going on. Where am I? Totally. I'm gonna write in here, machine head. Deep purple. Purple nurple. Totally. The age of innocence. More like the age of redundance. Ah, not again. Oh, jeez. Oh, for the love of Pete. Who the hell's Pete? I used to have a dog named Pete. My brother's dog gave birth to 5 puppies, and we kept them all, and he left. So we raised these puppies. One of them disappeared really quick. A coyote or a big bird came down and snatched it or something, because one day it was there, 1 minute it was there, and then 1 minute it was gone. It was just gone. And it was like, wow, that sucks. That crushed me. And then our dogs used to get loose and take off and run through the hills. And one day they took off and came back, and one of them was missing. Didn't come back. And they happened again. Took off. One of them didn't come back. And then we moved far away, and one storm happened and knocked their cage over, and they were gone. 2 of them. And 1 came back. The last one. And one of those dogs was named Pete, and he had spots, and he looked like Pete, only bigger and bonier. Pete from the Little Rascals. the winter of our discontent. Yeah, so what's new? It's like my life of discontent. I'm pretty content now, I am. It's unfortunate that it took me so long to get to where I'm content, and so little health left. And, you know, what I feel like is like a little time left, really. Yeah, the one called Lucky was the one that survived. Actually, his name was Charlie, and he stayed with us from birth to death. He was 17 years old when he passed away, and he passed away here just before we moved into this house here. He passed away. But 2 years before he passed away, we found Sam in the street, and they became decent friends, or companions, really. And so it was kind of a bummer for Sam when Charlie passed away. So within a month, we got Oliver, who was another abandoned dog. And then it took Sam a couple of weeks to accept Oliver, but finally did. They became best buddies. And then we brought Tootsie home. My father was getting ready to pass away, and so he gave us one of his dogs, his Chiweenie dog, Dachshund and Chihuahua mix. And so Oliver, of course, became really good friends with her. We wound up fixing the boys because even though the girls were fixed, the boys still became competitive over their attention. So we fixed them both. And it worked out better that way. But they got big and fat. My father did eventually pass away, and we got another one of his dogs, Bessie. Big, giant shepherd mastiff mixer. So she was a big dog. Big bones, big feet, big shoulders. She passed away this year of cancer. And we have her interned down in a little grave out here. Yeah. So we're down to 3 dogs now. But that's one of the things you have to deal with when you've got dogs, is losing them. And it sucks. But it also, in a way, is beneficial because it helps prepare you for losing people. So it also makes you want to sometimes not have animals or people because you don't want that loss in your life, and you know that it's going to lead to a loss, and so you wind up just staying alone and I did that for the longest time because I was so afraid of loss. I was so afraid of losing to any number of reasons. So I just stayed the fuck away from everything and people. I rarely dated. I tried not to get into any long-term relationships. And then I got to the late 90s, and I'm like, I can't say no to this one. When I met my wife, I couldn't say no. It was like, this is it. This is the one. So I dove in. It was rough, but it's been 25 years, almost 26 years now. I'm still afraid of loss, big time. And having animals, short-lived animals, is a real hard thing for me, because I know that eventually I'm going to lose them, and all I can do is give them the best life that I can with the most love and affection and attention that I can. So every single day, those dogs are in my lap, and I'm whispering into their ears, "You're the best little dog in the world. I love you. Oh, you're just the sweetest little thing." Every single day, I am talking to those whispering sweet nothings into their ears every day. I've got one of my, Sam, the main dog, the alpha dog. He will give me hugs and kisses. If he looks at me and he knows I'm sad, he will come up. He will put his paws right here. He'll tuck his head up underneath here, and he'll just sit there. And I'll hug him, and he'll just sit there. And then when we're done, he'll give me kisses. And it's the sweetest thing in the world. Tootsie will come up and she'll sit next to you, and she'll put her head here, and then she'll, boom, throw her head up right up against you and look up at you. Boom. And it is the sweetest thing in the world, you know. Oliver will just come sit and look at you and just tap your hand until you scratch him, and then he'll just sit there and close his eyes and get scratched. And then he'll just sit in your lap and curl up into a little croissant, you know. And Tootsie and Oliver both play this little game called Got Your Nose. And I encouraged it and taught it to Oliver because Tootsie did it, and she would do it to me, so I taught it to Oliver. So now, when you get close to Oliver and you look at him, he'll look up at you at the corner of his eyes, and then and what he'll do is he'll come around and he'll grab your nose with his mouth, right? And if you know what a soft mouth is, where an animal, a big mouthed dog, can grab an egg and move it and set it down without cracking it, a soft, hard shell egg, something very brittle, that's called a soft mouth. And both Oliver and Tootsie have the softest mouths because they can spin around so fast and get your nose. And they will literally take your whole nose into their mouth. And it feels like a breath of air. I swear to you. That's what it feels like. It doesn't feel like a dog bit your nose. It feels like, and it's the most weirdest thing in the world to say, got your nose. And he turns around and goes, oof. And he actually gets your nose and turns away. And it is hilarious, and I love it. And it would scare anyone else to death. Hey man, your dog just tried to bite my nose. No, that's a game that he plays. Do it again. What? Go down close and say, got your nose. Okay, got your nose. And he's got your nose and he's gone. And you don't even know it. And I love it. Because it scares people to death. Because they just don't know. And Tootsie does it too. Tootsie, she's got the softest mouth. Right? She can grab you anywhere and start chewing on you. And you don't even know it. She can bite pretty hard with her sharp teeth and make you hurt. But she can also be the most gentle thing in the world. Because she's raised kittens and chicks and puppies and all kinds of other animals. She's raised them. She had a pet bird, a little tiny parakeet, that slept under a blanket on the couch. And she slept on the couch with a big dog. And both dogs, this bird would come out of the blanket and walk on the dogs and talk to the birds and pick at their face and do stuff, right? The little bird. My father's dog's my father's bird. And as long as we had Bessie, as long as she was here and alive, whenever she would go to get on a couch or to get on the bed or to get on a chair, if there was anything on the chair, a blanket, a towel, a shirt, or anything, the first thing she would do is she would go up and she would set her head on the couch. And she would wait and she would look and then she would sniff and then she would look around for a bird. And then she would get up onto the couch and she'd move the blankets and very gingerly with her big giant body sit on the couch very slowly and deliberately, trying not to squash a bird. For the years that she was here before she passed away, she still looked for a bird. That bird went with my brother when my father passed away. And these two dogs still miss that bird. And that was funny that they spent so much time with that bird. But that's what kind of dogs they were. My father had big giant chickens, little parakeets, cats, horses, goats, weird birds, turkeys, pigeons, crows, whatever animals somebody didn't want, he would adopt. And then he would give it to the alpha dog, which was sometimes a female dog, or actually was usually a female dog, and it was the mother dog, and that dog was in charge. And the last dog to be in charge there was Tootsie, the little Chiweenie. She was the mother dog. And all the other animals, big and small, all answered to Tootsie. The horses, the birds, the cats, the other big giant dogs that were all big and meaty and tough outdoor dogs, and they all answered to little Tootsie, the Chiweenie dog. When she got here, Sam was in charge, and she realized that right away, and I kept telling her, look, you're retired now. You don't have to worry anymore. And she figured that out. And now she sits on the couch. She sleeps. How does someone keep a crow? By not eating it. So now Sam is in charge, and he takes care of Tootsie. He sits there, and he will groom her for an hour. He will lick her face. He will lick her from head to toe, and she'll just lay there and get licked. So when I was 19, I believe, I worked at a health resort in Elsinore, Lake Elsinore, California. And in this lake, there was like buildings all the way around this center area with pools and grass and jacuzzis and big giant palm trees. And the birds, the crows, of course, they nest in those palm trees, the big blackbirds. They nest in those things. And during a storm, one of the blackbird's babies fell out of the tree, and my fellow maintenance man took care of it and nursed it back to health and fed it and then kept it. And he didn't keep it in a cage. He took it everywhere with him. It rode on his shoulder. He did not put a leash on it. He didn't put a harness on it or anything. It would go into the house, and it would go on to its thing, and it would run around and do whatever. It was like a cat, a big dog with wings, right? It just roamed around the house, barking at stuff and doing things and messing with things and eating and shitting, right? And he couldn't get the thing to shit where he wanted it to. That was the only issue, is the thing shit wherever it wanted to. And he would take it in his car. He drove this old, this old 1950s car with the front seats were just a bench flat all the way across, right? And the birds sat in the middle and shit into the back seat, right? And when he got out of the car, it would just get out, and it would fly up and jump on his shoulder, and it never left. It never took off. It didn't want to. They were friends. And I would probably train the thing to shit over here. Shit in this spot. Fly outside when you want to take a shit, and shit on the neighbor's car, right? But that was the only fucked up thing about that bird, was that it shit anywhere it wanted to. It was a neat bird. It was funny. It liked to talk to you, liked to do stuff. It liked to play with things that you could give it, eat whatever you'd give it. It was funny. It's funny bird, totally funny bird. I'm gonna heat up my coffee. Machine Head, baby, Deep Purple. Well, my apologies. Another alarm. Yeah. Can I give somebody a partial peace sign? Hey, go fuck yourself. Why is bird shit white? Because of their digestive system. The acids that they produce to consume the garbage. I have no idea. why it's white. I guess it has something to do with exactly that and what they eat. There you go. Why does it smell like mustard? I don't know. You ever had a bird shit and you're like, oh man, that's nasty. That's some nasty shit. Well, it is, yes, nasty shit. So I told my wife yesterday something that I told my daughter the day before. And what I want to do is I want to get a bunch of little hands like this. Just little hands from the wrist up. Like that, like a little award, right? Different colors, different sizes. Some with painted fingernails, some with jewelry on, or a watch, or little wristbands or something. But all of them different little hands, right? Just like that. And put a bunch of them on my dashboard. On dashboard in the car, or the van, right? And then my most fun part is once I've got all of these little hands on my dashboard in various colors and whatnot, I can then pull up to somebody in a Jeep and roll down my window and say, hey, look, you got ducks on their dashboard. And then I can say, look, I got fucks. Ba-dum-bum, psh. And of course my wife chuckled. My daughter, she got it. It was pretty funny. I've never been thought of that before. Something to ask Grok. Yeah, I don't grok exactly. I grok that there's a reason, and I just don't know the reason. But I also probably understand completely that it is just a biological function. So that is all we need to understand about it, is that it is natural, I guess. It is a natural thing. You know, why is our shit brown? Why is baby shit yellow? I mean, it's like, you know, why is elephant shit these big giant fucking cannonballs? Why do we call horse shit road apples? Why is rabbit shit little tiny pellets? Right? Why does rat shit look like little, what do you call them? Caraway seeds? Something. I don't know. Why did we get on the subject of shit? They're like, hey man, it's your show, dude. You know, you want to talk shit, go for it. Talking shit. Yes. Totally. Right. Let's see who's going on here. Just taking care of some details here about this morning's show. I like to keep track. I'm trying to do more on keeping track of what's happening on the show live. Not just what I plan to do, but things that we talk about, people who are here, topics of discussion that I want to, you know, further research. Night Watch. That sounds like a great old-time radio show. I heard one episode on XM. And I thought originally that Night Watch was a like a superhero type thing, or a cop show, or some, you know, like a gangsters and Night Beat, that kind of thing. But as it turns out, it's the first version of Cops. They'd ride around with cops and record everything that they do, all the audio, and the journalist that's with them reports on what's going on. The officers are now interjecting into the fight. One man has a knife, that kind of thing. The officers are asking, let's listen in. And that's it. One of those shows. And it's really good. It's a good show. So I'm going to try to find some of those. And then maybe we'll listen to some live. I'm also trying to figure out what the fuck I'm going to do for Halloween. I got my costume figured out. I might make a mat to go in front of this camera so that when you're looking through this camera, the camera looks through the mat of the front of a Mack truck, so that when you see me, it looks like I'm in the cab of a Mack truck, and then around it is like just sky or road or whatever. So that would be interesting looking, because I'm going to be a trucker for Halloween. I'm trying to think of maybe putting together a soundtrack of haunted sounds, music and haunted noise that I can play in the background during my Halloween show. I'm going to do a morning show on Halloween, Friday the 31st, and then I am highly contemplating doing an evening show. I've got a couple of new subscribers recently, and I want to thank them, because I don't ask for subscribers. You do what you want, and I really appreciate it when they do subscribe. So it is honestly, I'm appreciative. And we're just 9 away from 250 subscribers. So if we get there by Halloween to 250 subscribers, what I'll probably do is a telethon length show on Halloween, and do a long show and try to have Halloween themed stuff to do. And we'll just have to see what we can do, baby. I'll see if I can get some ink for my printer and print out some kind of cutaway truck thing that I can put here in front of me that is close to the camera, so that we're kind of looking through it into this. And I'm hoping I can come up with it. I've got these autofocus cameras, so maybe tough. We'll see. We'll see. The only other alternative is to build something right in front of my, and that's just too big and massive. Another alternative would be to create a graphic to lay over this picture, but I have yet to figure out how to merge the live with the overlaid graphics. If I can figure that out before then that'll be my fix-it. If not, I'm just going to be a trucker at home talking on my CB radio to other truckers. That's it. That's all, baby. Anywho, back to camera 1. Yeah, coffee. That's it, baby. Oh yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I was hoping that Cassie would show up this morning, so we'll just have to wait and see. I'd love to get someone on the show live sometime soon. Joey and I thought it was going to be him, but he's a little camera shy, and I get that. It's cool. A lot of people just like, I don't want to get on camera. Are you kidding me? What about if you turn out to be a serial killer and I was on your show? Oh, hell no. Or, no, you're just too weird for me. I'm not, no, I like to watch, but I ain't going to be a part of that fucking shit show, that fucking side show. I get it. I've had a few people on my show. On my channel, rather. I'd like to be able to do video calls, video chats with people live. I have the technology, I have the ability. All someone has to do is message me via video chat, and that's it, and we're up and running. And I just pipe them in. They hear me on one microphone, you hear me on another microphone, and I bring their picture in, and there it is. Bada bing. Like that. That easy. And that excites me. Zoom. I can't do Zoom because then I'd have to get a Zoom account, and I don't want a Zoom account. I've already got too many accounts. And in order to do Zoom, you have to do that temporary thing, which doesn't really get you much, or you got to do the monthly, annual payment thing. And I got enough little payments. This is not one of those things. Since I can do video chat several other ways, I don't really need Zoom. What I need is for other people to realize that it doesn't cost anything, and it's really good technically to just do a video chat through Facebook Messenger, or even on the phone. I can do a video chat through the telephone and just pick it up on my computer. Why do I wear headphones? I don't need to. I really don't need to. Sometimes I do the show without, but then I'm in an empty room and I feel like I've got to be quiet for the rest of the house. But when I've got this on, I feel like I'm actually in the show, in the studio, and it keeps me centered. If I'm going to play a song and sing on the guitar, then I'll take the headphones off because the timing is just slightly off. So if I try to sing or play the guitar or both, I start lagging, really. It's weird. So sometimes I wear them, sometimes I don't. I like to wear them early in the morning because it keeps me, it makes me feel like I'm in a smaller area. If I take them off, I feel like I'm in a big empty room. That's it. That's all. Because sometimes I don't wear them, and it makes me feel like that, like I'm sitting here talking to myself. When I'm wearing this, it makes me feel like I'm on the show. Without them, I'm sitting in a room talking to myself. It's psychological. Oh, you're psychological, all right. Totally. So yeah, we're going to go as long as we can go this morning. Sometimes my wife will get up and then go back to bed, or get up, make coffee, and then go watch TV in the room while I continue to do my nonsense out here. I don't know what we got going on today. I know I didn't sleep for crap last night, so I'll probably want to take a nap at some point today. I got a really nice chuck roast for beef stroganoff. I decided to make beef stroganoff. So what I'll do is I'll go ahead and make it, and then I will plate it and send you a photo of it plated. I will post one on my channel here, because it's one of those meals that I love. I just love to eat some beef stroganoff. So I didn't wear my teeth at all yesterday. I ate soup because I wanted them to heal. So now I know I'm going to be eating beef stroganoff. I'm going to want my gums to heal even more so that I can... I'm listening to myself. And I'm listening to you. And when I'm wearing the headphones, because I feel kind of closed in, like in a box, when I'm reading your comments, I almost hear you speaking, because I've got that quiet going on. So that's cool. Yeah, I am listening to something. You can't hear. Well, you can hear it. Of course you can. Just kidding. All right, I'm going in, doing another bong hit. Hitski. Oh man, that thing is hitting really good this morning. I cleaned it out. Cleaned it all out, reamed it out really good. And it's hitting really clean too. A lot less coughing. And this weed is some coffee stuff, man. It's really coffee, but it's good. I'm gonna get a good buzz this morning. And then eat breakfast and sit around and goof. That's it. Just sit around and goof. Play games or watch TV or play the guitar. Work on Halloween stuff. I'm going to try to put together a time machine for next week. So I'll be doing some research over the weekend, putting together some short snippets to put into the video. Some RIP stuff. Try to gather up a show's worth of elements, you know, make a music video and edit some stuff for commercial breaks and find some good movie trailers we haven't seen. Try to look at my papers for the last, my agendas for the last 3 or 4 morning shows, and pull ideas off of those for elements to the video time machine. And then I can make things topical, which is nice. Kind of make it mean something. Bring the time machine brings the show around and ties it together. You know? Miriam. She was the receptionist where my father worked, cleaning copier machines and repairing office machinery. That's where I got the name Miriam. Miriam. She was the receptionist for the company. I never saw her. I don't know what she looked like. I may have met her once. Hey, this is Miriam. Hey, how you doing? I may have met her once. Complete Business Systems in Riverside, California. CBS. Totally. My dad works for CBS. Really? Yeah, Complete Business. Oh, you fucker. You liar. Yeah, hear me now and fuck with me later. I was hoping that Cassie was going to show up at some point this morning because she and I have similar views on what's happening in the world today. There's a lot of fucked up shit going on. People are turning into fucking assholes. I mean, big time assholes. I thought Axl Rose was an asshole on stage back in '89, but no, people are worse. He's actually come around to being a halfway decent guy. So much so that they're actually touring. But most people nowadays, they just turn into super jerks. People on the road, people out in public, people in the store. Sorry. I mean, it gets a little bit annoying, you know. Too many Karens, too many entitled people, too many people with a misunderstanding of what it is to be courteous, right? There's no empathy anymore. Empathy goes as far as swipe into the next fucking video. Oh, that was fucking... I'll check that. Oh. It's just horrible. It's horribly sad. Chinese democracy. I played that game, dude. I used to play that when I was a kid. Yeah, we'd put on our shirts and button them up all the way to here and our funny little hats. And then we'd go around as Chinese communists and kill all the Chinese democracy people. It was like playing cowboys and Indians. You know? Communists and peasants. Yay, kill them! Kill them all! Communists and capitalists. Let's kill that side before they take over. How dare you want to share everything? What happened was communism had its own version of capitalism within its organization. So a lot of people capitalized on everybody else having to share the scraps left over, basically. It was horrible. No manners. I blame it on their parents. Oh, I do too. I think when they haul one of those entitled little punks into court and start chewing on him, they need to start chewing on the fucking parents too. And then, if he gets convicted, they need to share that fucking sentence. Because they're a fucking part of it. You know? They could have raised a better kid. No, here. Watch this screen. Mommy's got to go do this. Watch your screen. How many times do you go out in public and you see a parent hand their kid a phone, and the kid just gets led around on the fucking phone, or sits in the cart on the phone, or is in the car on the phone, or is watching some kind of fucking screen somewhere at some point. And the parents are out living their life and blah, 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 blah. Where's your kid? Oh, he's on this. He's watching this thing. What's the thing? And that's all the kid knows, right? The kid doesn't know how to interact socially. The kid doesn't know how to talk to people. You know, the kid don't know how to be away from the screen. So you take them away from, take the screen away, and they're like, give them the screen back. Give them the screen back. Fucking A, man. And so it's been like that. So now that those people who were raised on screens are now adults, and they're out into the world, and all they do is this. And oh my God, look at me, I'm out with wonderful people doing glamorous things, you know, staying in front of somebody else's car, at somebody else's house, at somebody else's restaurant, but look, it's me. Everything's all fucked up. And the hate that just gets along with it, right? He's playing his game. That's what I want to do. I just want to play a game. I just want to play a game. All I want to do is play a game. I keep asking my daughter, so when am I going to play Minecraft again? And then I leave it at that because she's busy. She's a busy kid. I'm going to have to think about hooking up some kind of other game system in here. I need an HDMI system, like an Xbox something, right? Something that has an HDMI out with a strong enough signal so that it's recognized by my ATEM Pro. And then I could just bring it to you, whatever I'm playing, right? A Switch, if we were to get like a little, just your standard Switch with a port, you know, nothing fancy, just something with enough memory that I can use in here to play stuff, right? Or a PlayStation something 5 or whatever 27 or I don't know what. I don't keep up with this. When they made PlayStation 2, I'm like, wow, they're talking about a 3. Wow. My daughter's like, oh, that 5 was like forever ago. And I'm like, what? It's like 7 or something. I don't know what it is. PlayStation. Yeah. I used to have all the game systems back in my 20s. I had, what was it? PlayStation, the original. I had the Sega Genesis, and I had the Nintendo 64, the top 3 biggest game consoles at the time. So I had those, and Paperboy. My daughter, I think, has played Paperboy. One of those retro things, right? Didn't they make fun of Paperboy on a Futurama episode? I think they did. Yeah, but I remember having those 3 gaming systems and a big color TV back when they were still square, before they were making widescreen TVs. And I built a entertainment center to hold, specifically to hold my TV and the speakers and the stereo, and Iowa stereo that I bought for this, and then the 3 slots for the games, and then the 3 spots for the game consoles, and it was cool. Back in the day, back when I was a hardcore gamer, and then of course we played games on the computers too. I remember playing a lot with my friend, and I would call them, and we would do a null modem thing, where I could do a modem call and we could play over the phone back and forth, or I would do a null modem where I would just hook into the modem line into each computer. I would just plug us together, and then we'd hit null modem, and then our computers were now linked to play against each other, which was really cool. So we could play these battle games like Command and Conquer, where we could battle each other, and he didn't know what I had, I don't know what he had, and we got to send in recon and helicopters and jets and bombs and shit. Look at the game, and if it had bars. Yeah, see, that totally sounds familiar. Yeah, I remember that game. I used to rent a lot of games. Back when Netflix actually sent discs in the mail, I'm that old. We used to get games, and we used to go to the GameStop, and we used to go to rentals places and rent games. But the last time I used to rent games was, I believe, through Netflix. And we got some great games. One of my favorite was Oregon Trail, I think is what it was. And it was a horses hauling a wagon. And you were taking the Oregon Trail, and you had to fight off outlaws and Indians and avalanches, and it was great, you know. It was like one of those great weird games that we rented and played the hell out of for a while. Gun is one of those games that I love, that we actually own, that every once in a while we'll pop it out and we'll play it. And it's the riding of the horse and the missions that you're sent on that make it really fun. And I love games like that, where you've got a open world, three-dimensional, to go anywhere you want. The game field is like almost endless, and you can decide how to play the game. You know, you don't have to follow a path. You never had the original Nintendo. Oh yeah, we had the original Nintendo. Back, I didn't own it. My friends would own it. And so I had friends that owned the original Nintendo, and we would play the shit out of that. The original Atari, the Intellivision. There were a bunch of those early ones that we used to play. And then Super Nintendo, the NES. That was neat. That was different. That was fun. That's when I really got into gaming with the Super Nintendo system, because the games, they really started to think about the game. Before, they were just putting out games so that they could compete. Pong. I played the shit out of Pong in a pizza parlor when there were no other video games. There was like Pong, Space Invaders, and a couple of other weird games. But Pong was around for a while, and they kept changing it and, you know, making it so that as you progressed it would get harder, and you could do 4 people and all kinds of shit. But yeah, the video games on NES was great. Faxanadu was my favorite. Super Nintendo, Mario Brothers, Super Mario Brothers, Donkey Kong Jr., and Faxanadu, I think, were my 3 favorite games back then. Faxanadu, because you could go around and you could battle and you could earn money, you could go on missions, you could do stuff, then you had to go to different places to purchase different things to equip yourself, right? Buy winged boots so you could fly from place to place rather than have to take the trail and fight along the way. And you could just say, okay, go to the map and then fly over to here. Boom. You know, armor, special armor, special weapons and stuff. And it was all pretty much, you know, flat, cruising along, one flat screen like Mario or like Donkey Kong. But it was the game part of it, not the gameplay, but the story and the elements of the story that made it real innovative and really fun. And a lot like playing like Dungeons and Dragons in a video game. And even then, the Dungeons and Dragons game wasn't really like, it was crazy, boring, stupid, you know. I really love those. And then 10 years after that, you're looking at like, by the end of the 90s, I'm playing stuff like Dune 2000 and Command and Conquer, and some, like Warcraft was just coming out right about then. It was just really heavy real-time strategy games, and I love those, where you could just stay in your own area and build and defend and build and defend, and then go out and attack and recon and conquer and and build your own worlds to then defend and conquer and build your own gaming field, right? I want a map, the biggest map you can make, and I want this much water and this much land, and I want this elevation and this many trees and all of this, and then you hit, a button, and then it generates this world for you to play in, right? I love those types of games. I just love those. And then you just immerse yourself in it, and you're just like, it's like looking like down via a satellite picture, and sometimes you can zoom in close, so it's like you're 50 feet above, or sometimes you can get so you're a mile above, and that's really cool. To control all of these elements at once, and to have things happening on so many fronts is really a challenge. It's really fun, and to just sit and get loaded and just build. That's what I love about Minecraft. Is I don't have to play a particular game. With Minecraft, I can just create. I don't have to destroy. I can just create and protect. And I don't have to conquer and destroy. And that's pretty cool. You can be a fucking vegetarian in the damn game if you want, and never have to slaughter an animal. And that's pretty cool. So that you can actually say, you know what, I'm going to play a game, a vegetarian character, and see how long it takes to get. Atari, oh yeah, Asteroid, Centipede, Space Invaders, Cubert, Missile Command. I used to play all of those in the arcade. Every single one of those games. In 1983, 84, 85, those were my arcade days. 82 to 87, probably. A good 5 years in there where we had a couple of good arcades in town. And they were always blasting MTV music, back when MTV was music. Back when rock and roll wasn't a TV show. So I spent a lot of time playing all of those. Joust, right? Pole Position. Just so many great fucking games. I remember going to Galaxian, right? Galaxian, there's another one. And then my hat is Galaxian, or Galaga. That's another good one. We recently, a couple of years back, went to the city, to Pomona, and walked around downtown Pomona. And they had a couple of arcades, and we went into one, and my wife got some video of me playing Galaga and just busting ass. She's like, wow, you're good at this. And I'm saying, well, I watched a lot of TV. No, I did play a lot of Galaga, but I also watched a lot of other people play and would learn how to play watching them play. Rather than spend my quarters learning how to play, I would look over somebody's shoulder and watch what they were doing, so that when I finally did invest my own money, I was going to play a long fucking game. And I did. I used to play a long time, but I got some really good high score when I was playing recently with my wife watching. That was fun. I think I spent like $20 on that machine. And we were there for like an hour. Well, maybe not. I think it was like $5. I think I put $5 into the quarter machine. And then I think the games were like $1 to play. So I put the $5 in there and loaded it up full of extra guys. And then I went through all of my credits. But Miss Peck Donkey Kong, oh yeah, Pitfall at Frogger. Frogger, oh, Frogger. That's another great one. God, I love to play Frogger in the arcade. If I had the resources, I would open an arcade here in town. And I would make bank. I would make so much fucking money with an arcade here, you would not believe, right? And I would do an old school arcade. I would have someone on my staff that just pipes in old MTV videos, music videos, whatever they can find, however they can find it, and pipe that in all fucking day long, and just make days worth of music videos to pipe into this place, and have it set up like an old school arcade. Have a little snack bar, have a little place to sit and eat, right? And then add on to that and have a place where you can go into rooms, right? And you can rent this room for 2 or 3 hours, whatever, so much an hour, and you can go in there, and it's the Nintendo room, and you go in there, and there's every Nintendo console and all the games that you can think of in there, right? And then you go into the Atari room, the PlayStation room, but it's got to be retro. It's got to be early stuff. Nothing post-90s, right? Back when video games you could play without having to have an account somewhere, right? Those kind of games. Have rooms that are just a couple of couches and some chairs and maybe a Bluetooth stereo. So now you and your friends can sit in there and cast your stuff to the television and play. Or sit in there and play on your own little gaming consoles and play against each other, right? See, there you go. You can play video games from the bar. Hey, there you go. Get those bar video games like they have at casinos, where you can gamble at the bar. Just have it so you can play your fucking video game at the bar, right? The screen's right there. The bar's glass right over the top of that. Move your beer so you can see your stuff. That's it, man. Fucking A. That would be another addition to the arcade, would be the bar. And in the bar, you've got pinball, you've got pool table, you've got shuffleboard and ice hockey and that kind of stuff over in the bar. Adult themed style games. Kids like to play that and they're allowed in there, but you don't see adults over there going, ooh, Pac-Man, right? You want to see them over there going ping pong, foosball, right? And have a whole fucking room like that, you know? Ooh, with controllers too. See, that's very cool. I like that. I like that. If I could get backing for something like that, right? That would be sweet. If it was a lottery win situation, that's it, right there. That's it. I would create. I would have a building made specifically for that. And it would be a wing, like a hub, like a giant spoke, right? That would be the arcade. A big, I don't know, quarter of a wheel. And then there would be a center hub. And in the center hub, there would be like a snack bar and change and bathrooms and all that stuff. And then you would create this one spoke first, the arcade. And then the next spoke to come would be the gaming rooms. And then the other one would be the bar and restaurant. And then this one would be the actual physical games. And keep it all indoors, because we're out in the desert, but keep it all indoors. And make a big wheel. And then from there, you can just expand out. Okay, now let's make another little spoke going out from the wheel. Going out this way. And then out this way. Build. The center should be 3 stories high. The arcade buildings, they should have vaulted ceilings, and if not, there should be plenty of room for air conditioning, right? But the central hub should be 2 stories high inside, and there should be a 3rd story where the office is. skee ball, air hockey, mini shuffleboard. See, that's awesome. That's what we need out here. With upwards of 3 to 4 million guests a year to the park, which means they're going to go through the town of Joshua Tree. A lot of them will be staying in town for more than one night. That's a great place to have here, you know. But I would probably start in an existing building and create an arcade. And then from there, start building. Get it started so somebody can't steal your idea. Here's my arcade, boom. Just loaded with fucking games and MTV, and that's it. And then build the new place. And then you just take that, expand it, and set it up at a new place. But it's the same thing. Different levels, you know. Let's have a level that goes up all the way around, you know, or maybe just on the sides, level up with games along the walls, and then down below that level there should be pinball machines, and then center aisles with more video games, you know, but only up into the 90s. I don't want to get too far into the present, because you can just fucking do that shit at home, or take it into one of those rooms and do it, right? Totally. Yeah, baby. That would be so sweet. Hire a bunch of local kids to work there. Awesome sauce. I mean, take your quarter games and charge $2 for them. You know, set it up so that you can, they've got extra characters or whatever, extra credits. But set it up so you gotta pay $2 a whack. Whatever it is, at least. The bigger, badder games, sit-down games, you know, $5, $10 a game. Or you go in and you buy a wristband, right? We'll do a wristband day, where during days where it's not overpopulated with people, you just go buy a wristband and you can, everything's unlocked and you can just go around and do whatever the hell you want. And it would more than likely be from after school, right, until evening. And from after school till evening, if you're a certain age, you can come in and get a cheap wristband. You can buy a weekly, a monthly, a daily, an annual. And that way, you get out of school and you go to the arcade. And you just walk in. We've got cheap snacks for the kids during that babysitter period, where we want to be the caretakers of the kids during that period of the day when their parents aren't available and they're out of school. Yeah, I'd love to have that job, you know. That would be awesome, to give kids a place to go and hang out for really cheap, you know. How many kids we got here today? 30 kids? I'm ordering pizza for everybody for free. Yay! You know, be that place and that guy. That would be awesome. I'd love to do that. Somebody raised me some money to do that, right? I only need about $250,000 to start, I think, right? No, get out of here. I could probably start this up with, you know, $50,000. I could probably start this up with. Rent a place, buy a dozen machines, and rent a few more, and hang some old retro televisions in there, a whole bunch of retro stuff in there, a little sit-down area with some stereos and headphones so the kids can listen to music, go through records and stuff, and then a little mini snack bar. And that would be the perfect start, because that's how most of the arcades were when I went to them, just like that. And then do exactly that. You know, have it expensive to play, but during school time period, after school, there's a time that's 3 hours that's only for kids, between 3 and 6. You have to be of school age to be there, and you only have to pay X amount for a wristband to come in and play. You know, we should have dollar hot dogs, $2.50 combo meals for kids, a hot dog, chips, and a Coke, right? There should be a fridge with free water in it, and the kids shouldn't have to pay more than a few dollars a day to come and hang there. You know, it should work out to about $2 a day, 5 days a week. That's how much it should cost for a kid to hang out there, so that on $5, they can, after school, they can go over there, and for $5, they can get something to eat, and they can play as many games as they want until mom picks them up, or they take the bus home or whatever. That would be my contribution to the community. If I could afford to do that, oh man, I would do that in an instant. Pass out flyers at the schools. Go in and talk to the administration and say, look, this is what's going on. I want your kids to staff my place, and I want your latchkey kids to know they have a place to come. And if they can say, hey, I can't afford to pay to be here, but I want to be here. And it's like, okay, you can be here. Here's your pass, and you're in, and every day, at the end of the day before you leave, empty that trash can. That's it. That's all. That's all it would take. I'm an easy guy, right? I would love to be able to do that. And just imagine the money that you make 3 days a week on the weekends, or in the evenings a few days a week. You're going to make enough to be able to give that much back to the community. Easy. I mean, what does it take to boil some hot dogs and chill some Cokes? Not much. You know, what does it take to keep the power on for 3 hours during the day so kids can come in and play? Not much. Sure, but it's going to pay for itself over the weekend. Karmically, it's going to pay for itself. It ain't no big deal. I'd do that. I'd take that trade in a heartbeat. I was that kid that didn't have a place to go to, and I'd go to the arcade. And a lot of times I'd just sit there and watch. You know? Let's do it, man. Let's do it. I'm too broken to earn the money doing something, right? I would have to have like a plan, a gimmick, a way to raise X amount of dollars in X amount of time, right? That's the only way that it would be able to work. Is like, okay, here's the plan. Here's the budget that's going to fit the plan. How can I raise up a little more than the budget? Round it up, right? What do you crowdsource it? Can you do that? You know, a community arcade, crowdsource. Help me create a community arcade that when it's up and running, it will take care of the kids in the community, and it will generate enough money to take care of itself and get bigger. Help me raise that money, right? Can I just do that? Can I crowdsource that? I don't know. I've never done that before. I've never crowdsourced anything. If I was going to, it would have to be something that I would be crowdsourcing for something more than myself. I would be crowdsourcing for something that would benefit the crowd, right? I'm going to heat up my coffee. Oh, my knee. Well, let's go ahead and let's go over a few ideas that we've had on the show here. We've got the arcade, a community arcade that's self-sustaining, but mainly is there to benefit the youths and to give them a place to go and hang out and stay out of trouble, right? Jobs. So that's great. Another one of my ideas is the human station, which is just a rest stop for people. Homeless people, transient people, traveling people, road tripping people, truck drivers, anybody. Just a big, giant park. A huge parking lot and a giant park with big lawns and trees and water features, bathrooms, showers, a big giant communal kitchen that people can use and share, big giant lockers for transient people to store their stuff, a campground where every night you can show up. If you're on the list and you're approved, you show up, you set up your tent, you do your campground. In the morning, you set everything back down, you fold everything up, you stick it in your locker. And then the park is now clean and open and fresh for everybody, right? A place for people to get cleaned up and shower and eat and charge their phones and let their dogs relax and just be human, right? So there's another idea. Another plan of mine is to take a giant piece of property with an existing home, a 3-bedroom home on it, and build small cul-de-sacs of tiny homes around the main home. And then turn the main home into a communal house. A communal kitchen, communal bathrooms, rooms with like a music room, a study, a game room, that kind of stuff, right? So now people are kind of living together. They have their own little yard with their own little greenhouse, their own little garden, a place for their animals to hang out, a lot of communal stuff for us to share, right? So that's another great plan that I want to get off the ground, you know. I really do need to win the lottery or get some kind of sugar daddy billionaire who says, I like the way you think. Do some of that stuff. It's not in my world, right? Not in my world. That there's good stuff. Good stuff. I could really take the helm on a lot of projects. And then what I would do is I would find the competent people to help figure things out and help carry out the plan, and then take over so that I can then move on to the next thing to help change the world, you know. Things that help bring us together, mainly. You know, things that help educate and inform, not just entertain. Totally. In a town like this, it would be real easy to do something like all three of those. To have an arcade that's run by kids for kids, right? And to have a human station that's run by the people that need it. Eventually, the people who need it the most are the people running it, right? And not just have ways to take care of people, have places for people to take care of themselves, but offer classes, certificates, improvement, counseling, rehabilitation, a whole lot of stuff, so that you can feel human again, you know. And then little communities, little tiny home communities, so that on a piece of property where normally it would be 1 or 2 families living, now you could have 30 families living and working as one organism, right? I know I got some crazy ideas. Who is this? What are you, a communist? You commie? Capitalism, way, baby. Yeah, I don't know about capitalism. I don't know. I lost a subscriber. I had 241 this morning, and now I'm down to 240 again. That sucks. Somebody probably watched the show and looked at my forehead. That was it. I should be wearing it. If I'd been wearing a hat, I probably wouldn't have lost a subscriber this morning. So here's a bong hit for you. That's what I get. That's what I get for having a forehead. That sucks. That sucks. That totally sucks, man. Totally. Well, it doesn't suck that bad. I mean, it could succeed. I know I always wear a hat, and this morning it's right there. I just didn't put it on. I brushed my hair, put on my shirt, and neglected to put on a hat. And at this point, what's the fucking point? I'm going to be here for, what, another 20 or 30 minutes? So there you go. Oh, by the way, do have a TV guide situation here. We didn't read any TV guide from yesterday, did we? I don't think so. So let's check out yesterday, Thursday. October 19, 1978, 8 o'clock, Mork and Mindy. Dick Clark, Variety, Sid Caesar, Telly Savalas, Donna Summer, Engelbert Humperdinck, and escape artist Rick Baker. Wasn't he the makeup guy? MacArthur Park's doing the music, right? Oh, MacArthur Park and Last Dance by Donna Summer. There you go, and some other stuff. Nova, Final Frontier is also on at 8. Waltons. At 8:30, What's Happening? What's Happening? Roger gets on the bad side of the roommate rerun. Oh, that's when they were living together. I'm moving out, Mama. Roger, why? Liars Club with Buddy Hackett, Michelle Lee, Dottie Goodman, and Larry Hovis. At 9, Barney Miller, Quincy, Monty Python's Flying Circus, Hawaii Five-0. Wow. Reflections in a Golden Eye, 1967, Elizabeth Taylor, Marlon Brando. 9:30, Soap. At 10, Family, with Christy McNichol as Buddy. Yeah, I love that show. Annie Potts is on that episode. And Charlotte Rae, who plays on, what do you call it? The Girls Show, Facts of Life, Miss Garrett. Right, sheesh, keep up, brain. Also at 10, Sword of Justice, Barnaby Jones, The Long Search, religious program. At 11:30, Starsky and Hutch, and Rob Reiner is on Johnny Carson. And tomorrow, with Tom Snyder, is sports writer Gerald Strine and football forecaster Danny Sheridan. They're going to discuss football. Today, Friday evening, that would be tonight. And we have Hollywood Squares at 7:30. Linda Lavin, John Biner, George Goebel, Paul Lynn, Jay Johnson, soap regulars Jennifer Salt, Billy Crystal, Sal Viscuso, Diana Canova, Catherine Damon, Richard Mulligan, Robert Mandan, and Robert Goulet. All right. Soap, baby. That was Robert. That was right before he switched and got his show Benson and left soap. Right? Because it happened. It happened just like that. Okay, at 8 o'clock, October 20th, 1978, Friday night, Donnie and Marie with guest Andy Gibb, Robert Conrad, and Ted Knight. Fun. ABBA is on. Profile of a Swedish rock group. Yeah. Includes a visit with the foursome. Wonder Woman. Champions, a documentary. Prime Minister Pierre Trudeau, Canada. And Project UFO. Ooh. World War II, GI Diary on at 8:30. And at 9, More Than Friends. That would be the movie with Penny Marshall and Rob Reiner. They were actually married. Meathead from All in the Family, and Laverne from Laverne and Shirley. They were actually married. So this is a love story for the two of them. A 1978 TV movie. Nice. The Rockford Files, also at 9. And We Interrupt this week with Gore Vidal and Ron Nessen. Just a game show. Incredible Hulk is also on. So we've got Wonder Woman and then Incredible Hulk. So it's superhero night. The Lives of Jenny Dolan, 1975 TV movie with Shirley Jones. At 9:30, Turnabout, Glittering Prizes. At 10, Eddie Capra's Mysteries. Visions, a drama. Flying High, a comedy drama. And at 11:30, we've got Johnny Carson with comedian Johnny Yoon, great Asian comedian. Consumer reporter David Horowitz. We need a David Horowitz today. We really do. He is the consumer advocate to begin and end with. He was the man. At 1, Friday night, Midnight Special, an all-disco show with Wolfman Jack, Donna Summer, and guests Village People, Love and Kisses, Paul Jabara, Brooklyn Dreams, Hot, Portions filmed on locations in Los Angeles Disco Club. Ooh, woo! There you go. And that is 1978. Let's look at 1976. Is this correct? Yes, 1976. And let's see what was happening on Thursday in 1976. Welcome Back, Kotter at 8. Gemini Man. Ben Murphy is Gemini Man. It's kind of a superhero movie. Yeah, right before Wonder Woman came out. Walton's Masterpiece Theater. At 8:30, Barney Miller. Very similar to the last one. Tony Randall Comedy Show is on at 9. And Best Sellers, 4-part series, Hawaii Five-0. At 9:30, Nancy Walker Comedy Show and a political program. At 10, Streets of San Francisco. Richard Hatch is on here now in place of Michael, what's his face? God, I can't remember what the fuck was his name. See? Streets of San Francisco. Michael, am I right? Is it Michael? Douglas. Michael Douglas. That's right. Dick Van Dyke, Nova, 9 Degrees Below. Ooh, looking at Under Antarctica. And Barnaby Jones. And Gunsmoke. And at 11:30, Johnny Carson has David Brenner and Jack Cassidy. Tomorrow with Tom Snyder, Debbie Reynolds. Good old Debbie Reynolds. She did a great commercial with for Singer Sewing Machine. Way back in the 70s. Yeah, totally. Totally. Let's see here. 8 o'clock, Donnie and Marie with Sonny and Cher, Paul Lynde, Edgar Bergen. Edgar Bergen is the one who had the puppet Charlie McCarthy. Mortimer Snerd, Billy Barty, Loretta Swit, Lawrence Hilton Jacobs, Spike Jones Jr. Wow, that's crazy. Sanford and Son also at 8. Boxing, a boxing special. Foreman versus Dennis, and then Duran versus Rojas. Woo! Nice. The Brotherhood of Satan, 1972 movie. At 8:30, Rockford Files starts. 60 minutes. A vice presidential debate. And Ironside is on at 9, as well as The Odd Couple. And again, The Odd Couple at 9:30. American in Portugal. Orson Bean hosts a show, kind of a travel log variety thing. Candid Camera. Ooh. Ooh. Candid Camera. Ethnic names are tongue twisters to the announcer at a football game. I'll bet. That's because they were always white guys. They were always white guys. Now they're not so white anymore. And they don't like that. Let's see, Gunsmoke Bonanza also on at 10:30 Hollywood Television Theater. 6 characters in search of an author. That's a 90-minute show. It's over at midnight. Sheesh. I'm not going to watch that. It's up too late. Besides, if I'm going to be up late, I'm going to watch some Johnny Carson with David Brenner and Connie Stevens and Adrienne Barbeau. You think they'll get her to dance? And Charles Nelson Riley. Adrienne Barbeau. Whew. What a looker. Mary Hartman, serial, is still on in 1976. I remember my mother watching that all the time. That was a weird show. She would just sit around and whine and complain. Mary Hartman. At 1, of course, Midnight Special. Jackie DeShannon and Johnny Rivers co-host. The Birds, The Turtles, Jan and Dean, Steppenwolf, Jerry and the Pacemakers, Sam and Dave. Wow. Sounds like a great show. This is like a great fucking show, man. Absolutely. And that takes care of our 2 TV guides for this week. We just finished up the weeklies. I think we got all of the days in there this time. Not consecutively, but over a couple of days we saw it all. So there you go. We are in the 3rd hour, deep into the 3rd hour of today's program. I had high hopes that my old friend Cassie would stop by at some point, and she's probably, stop saying my name, I'm not coming on there, now knock it off. I totally dig it, baby. It's only comments. You can just come on and say, shut up. I love you, man. Totally. I don't know what's going on next week. It's October. It's Halloween-y. We're kind of still going along with guests choosing what the album of the day is, movie of the week. I'll try to pick something out. I'll try to bring my daily boxes in and fill them to the brim with 8 tracks, if nothing else. And then every once in a while we can pull one of those boxes out and go through it. Because I've got some great 8 tracks. Just some great ones. Just tons of them. And basically over the next few months we're going to be setting up for next season. We're going to be doing a lot of stuff to get ready to do a lot of during next year, because I want to do more shows. And we're going to be trying out new things like people calling in. I think we're going to do a call-in day where somebody can call on the telephone, and I'm just going to set the phone here under the microphone, and then I can have a conversation with somebody in real time. And then we'll do video chat day once or twice or a month or something, or maybe 4 times a month. I don't know. Whatever I can get away, and maybe have repeat people calling in on a video chat and sharing stories, because it's a lot more fun to do in person, to share an actual story rather than try to fit it into a couple of short sentences, right? So I'd love to get some of that going on. I'd love a piece of that. I'd love a piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy. I want to set up a piece of candy here. Totally. Yeah, I've been trying not to nap in bed. When I nap in bed, I just want to sleep. And then I wind up sleeping all day, and then I'm up all night. So I'm trying really hard to switch that around so that when I'm here alone in the house, my daughter's asleep and my wife is gone for a couple of hours, I'll lay down on the couch and I'll just try to shut my eyes and relax and maybe doze off. But being on the couch, as soon as somebody gets home, I'm forced to get up because the house is now active again. If I'm in the bedroom with the door closed, lights off, air conditioner on, TV blasting, so I don't know what the fuck's going on, I'll stay awake. I'll stay asleep for 6 hours in the middle of the day. And then I'm up late, and then I only get a couple hours of sleep at night, and then the cycle just continues. So I'm trying real hard to get away from that. Have breakfast in the morning and then get up and do a little something. And then if I'm going to lay down, do it on the couch. I don't want to sleep all day. I'm losing too much daytime, right? Too much me time, too much time to do something, to get something accomplished. You know, when you're got limited time on the planet, like all of us, we really need to focus on getting shit done. You know, I got it all done, now I got time to kill. And then you're dead. So, get her done. Do stuff. Do something. Get out there and do something. What am I going to do? I'm going to keep trying to do stuff here. And come up with some different projects that I've been thinking about. And try to focus on those. Video Time Machine. Halloween stuff. Right? Stuff for the immediate future. But also, how can I crowdsource something like that? Can I crowdsource starting a business? And if so, how hard is it? Is there a time limit? How much can I raise? Can I just say, hey, I want to raise it to build an arcade to employ the local kids and to give them a place to go after school, right? That's basically it. That's the gist of it. And I need X amount of dollars to lease the property, X amount of dollars to stock it with enough video games to draw people in, so that during the weekend, when the kids are staffing it full time, we're making in enough money on the weekends alone just to pay the kids' wages and to keep the place open, right? Because I don't want to look at it as a profit place unless it's profiting the community, right? Because it just has to be self-profiting so that it continues to grow, right? And then it needs to be turned over to somebody who can take it on, right? When I'm done with it, it needs to be, look, here's the master plan. Here's Walt Disney's master plan. When Walt dies, continue with the master plan. That's what I need. So, ooh, piece of candy. I'm going in and cover me, boss. Oh, happiness is a clean bong. Totally. Totally. Yeah. Totally. So if I could get my daughter to intern for me for a couple of months, maybe she can help me with that idea. Right? Because I think she'd be interested in that. Right? She's a video gamer. She likes old vintage stuff like me. If I said that I was going to set it up to benefit these kids that she came from those schools, I think she'd be good on that. I think she'd help. And I think she'd be a big help, helping me to facilitate creating it and raising the money to make it happen, right? Because she's a smart person. And once she sets her mind to something, she just digs in and goes, however the challenge becomes. So I would definitely have her in on it for sure first. And then other friends like Joey and some other friends around town, I would want to get involved right away. And then maybe just turn it over to my daughter to run. You know, and expand on. Have fundraisers where we could, okay, look, we need to do this next for the community. Let's hold a fundraiser at the arcade and do this. And we'll sell wristbands at X amount of money, and we'll donate that money toward the whole thing. And we'll do like a day of competition once a week, where it's competition day and you sign up and you can compete, and when you get to the end and you're the winner, you get a special prize. But you pay to enter the competition, and all of the proceeds go toward whatever community thing we're trying to deal with at the time. That'd be great. Almost like a community center. And when I was a kid, our community was the arcade. It was a bunch of kids, and our community center was the arcade. Period. The school playground, the park, the arcade. A dirt track in a field, a bike track in a field. Yeah. I mean, eventually have an indoor arena where kids can race their RCs, their cars. Have a yard on an acre out back where you have a shitload of storage containers standing, teetering, looking up, doing all kinds of things, creating a path, right? And you create a racetrack for drones. And inside these storage containers, there's lights, there's obstacles, right? And ups and downs and sideways and dead ends and all kinds of shit, right? And then, of course, there's little hatches to open up and get in. And, oh, man, I crashed. And then at the right appropriate time, we open up hatches and we reach in and we sweep out broken pieces and grab guys' stuff. And wouldn't that be awesome? Right? And have, like, just one entertainment area devoted to doing all of that kind of shit, right? Guys sitting in a room, right, on their drones, and the game is happening up here on multiple screens, so other people back here are now watching it, right? Hell yeah. Have it so that on occasion the drone has to come outside and fly through rings and then back down into a whoosh, right? And then back in underground, popping up into the towers and all kinds of shit. Oh man, I just scratched myself there. God, that would be fucking bitchin', right? A couple of mini golf courses eventually. I mean, I'm not talking about like doing one of those Bullwinkle places or one of those places where that's what it looks like. I'm talking about something that's above and beyond. And where the arcade itself always remains devoted to the kids, so that no matter what, they can always come in after school between 3 and 6 and hang out for virtually nothing, or for a small volunteering stuff. Hey, just go tell them you can volunteer for something and you don't have to pay. I'm good with that. Yeah, sure, come over here. See that? That's your trash. No, that's my trash can. Okay, well, anybody got this trash can? All right, this is your trash can. Empty this at the end of the day, right? Be sure to separate the recyclables, right? But teach a lot of lessons, have a lot of stuff going on that helps kids learn lessons about respect and care and getting shit done. Not just having fun, but paying the price for it too. It ain't always monetary. Could you imagine how a place like that could grow into an amusement park? Right? Just like that, within a couple of years. Just keep adding on and do it. Start in a little building already pre-existing and lease it. And then start your new building on a giant piece of property right in town and give a lot of parking, but also give yourself a lot of room to grow, right? And keep it low. You don't want to have too much going on high up because you want to keep it cool out here. You don't want to have towers and shit going on out here in the desert. Yeah, you want to keep it casual. You want to keep a low profile on it. So if you're going to do like that drone course, we'll have it go up 2 stories, maybe 3, and then maybe have them fly up high and stuff and come back down. But then you can go even higher by going underground, and now it's really tall, and now it does all kinds of stuff underground too. Big lighted chambers where stuff's going through, and have it set up so that somebody can go in there and pull shit off a wall, a magnetic flap, right, that keeps you going around it, and take these flaps and readjust them and put them in different places and switch it up all the time. So you go in there one time and you get it nailed, and you come back next week and you're like, I'm gonna nail it this time, and you go and it's like, oh my god, it's different. Putt with a bar you can drink on the course. Yeah. We'll totally have like adult night, right? Where you can go in and it's just low-cost booze, and the adults have the run of the place, and there's some live music, and there's dancing, and adults doing all kinds of cool shit. And then part of it will be set aside for just the kids in a well-lit area with cameras and a couple of security guards and kids running the place. You know? You come in, you show up, you drop your kids off for the night, and you're right here next door partying, right? And then bada bing, pick your kids up and go home. You know, we're in town, we could have shuttles, because there's a lot of vacation rentals in town. We could have a shuttle. Okay, I got room for 6 people in the shuttle. Who wants to take a ride? We're going to this side of town. Yeah. You know? Have high school graduates doing that job. You know? Be in the shuttles. I was a shuttle when I was 16. I didn't have a license. Totally. I can't believe like it's almost 8 o'clock here. It's awesome, and I'm still going. I haven't heard anything. As soon as I hear something in the house, I'll turn on my air conditioner to muffle that sound, and then I'll let it go and see what's going to happen. And I'll see how long I can actually stay here this morning, because I got to be off over the weekend, and I kind of miss being here on the weekend. So I talk to myself a lot on the weekend. I do. I sit out here and talk to myself in the morning, talk to the dog. I'll have a conversation with my dog for like an hour. And eventually he gets up and leaves, looking over his shoulder like, would you shut the fuck up already? Jeez. The cameras are off, dude. Driving around on the weekends, I talk a lot if I'm by myself. I try not to talk a lot in the car with my wife or daughter, because I'll usually ramble on about stupid shit, or I'll start to sound to myself like I'm lecturing, and I hate doing that. My father used to lecture. He used to just start talking about the way he thought things were. And I find myself doing that, and I just shut up. I try not to harp on my daughter about things going on. I try to just bring it up, talk about it, and then put it down. And not dwell on shit, because I used to hate it when my parents or father or teacher or somebody would just dwell on something and just not... It's like, okay, I got it 5 fucking minutes ago. Enough. Leave it alone, right? So I try to pull back when I hear myself doing that, you know. Because I've been told that before. You know, okay, I get it. You keep saying the same thing 20 different ways. You know, great, you got a great vocabulary. Now shut the fuck up. So, yeah. So I've got a lot of things to spend money on if I could ever win the lottery, or if I could ever find a backer, right? Yeah, I mean, permits and licensing and all of the games, because at first it would be no alcohol. It would just be set up for kids, because the arcade ultimately always would be just for the kids. in whatever size, shape, or capacity. It would always be for the kids. Adults welcome, but kids do a lot of stuff in here for free during certain times of the day because they're kids and they need a place to go. But the rest of the week, the parents and the kids got to pay through the wazoo to make this place happen. And if you have a cause like that, you can get away with having some decent prices because you know full well that your kid's going to spend his days here and sometimes actually earn money, right? And learn stuff. I'd not how to do bong hits. That would be something I would do at home or on my show. But I could be a guy that has a stupid show and smokes bong hits, but also has a way to give to the community, right? And care and help. So you can do both, Just imagine that. A coffee bar, a snack bar, eventually a nice little alcohol bar, You could even have a pot bar. Why not? If it's allowed in the area, a dispensary and a smoke shop and a place where you could actually smoke, and we're licensed for that, what the hell, why not? It's local. If local approves it, then why not? Have everything separate. You gotta have an ID to get in here, baby. I mean, you gotta really get checked out to get into this place. You really gotta get checked out to get into the bar, and then you gotta get the right wristband, right? Yeah, just like that. The kids, they can have the run of the rest of the fucking place, Hell yeah. Things like that, they really get me excited. It gives me, some kind of positive thing to look forward to. At the same time, I get kind of depressed because I know the way the world works and how hard it is to pull something like that off, right? If just a regular guy with me, a regular guy like me, tried to come up with some funds to do something like that, something would come up to stop it. City laws, codes, zoning, somebody else with a lot more money seeing what I'm doing and then building something bigger than mine and going and stealing my idea, right? So it would be like you have to go in all or nothing, and you really have to take it so that people look at it and go, wow, I can't reproduce that, right? I could do this, but I can't reproduce that. And take it to the kids real quick so that you get the community on your side, so that when you go to the town council and say, look, we don't need 2 arcades in town. I give to the community. Make it so that I'm the only arcade, and I will give more to the community. Competition is fucking brutal because somebody could just come along and say, I'll do it, but I'll do it better. And then they just shit all over you, and then they steal. They're literally stealing from you, right? So it would be, you'd have to go all in. You would have to be all prepared and set up and ready to go before you uttered a word, so that you've got the schools on your side sending their latchkey kids. You've got high schoolers on your side coming as staff learning what to do. And you set it up in one building, and have it done and open before anybody knows what the fuck is going on, right? And then immediately show your contribution to the community. As soon as it opens, you see kids showing up from school, after school, and going in and staying there all day. You see kids showing up after school and running the place, and kids there on the weekend running the place, right? And you see the benefits to the community. So people want it there. And they know that this other guy's going to build one, but he's just going to build it as, for capital gain. Which is okay. I mean, if you need to fill your pockets to feel good, that's great. I don't. I've never been one that's needed to fill his pockets to feel good about myself. Ask anybody. I don't mind being poor, because if it'll benefit somebody else, let them have it. Period. I don't like to think about money. I really don't. Money is like just a bad thing to like devote yourself to. It really is. Everybody needs it. Everybody got to have it, but it's a tool. It's not a way of life. It's not something that you have to amass this giant wealth in order to prove your worth on this planet. I just don't get it. I just don't get it. How you treat the people around you and people on the other side of the planet, that's how you prove your worth on this planet, period. I keep saying period today. I must be on my period. Bong hit, probably the last one of the morning. The house is awake. The dog's on the couch licking his foot. And I can talk about these things on the show here because nobody's going to do what I'm going to do. Nobody's watching this show who lives around here and is going, hey, you see that show? I'm going to do what that guy's doing and steal his idea. Yeah, good luck. You got to watch the show to steal my ideas. Nobody watches. I get a few irregulars. That's it. And while I probably have viewers watching now who are there, but they don't want to say anything, I get it. I don't want to be involved in this. This thing's a train wreck. This guy's nuts. Yep. Yeah. Maybe I'll talk to my daughter over winter break and see if that's an idea, if that's a thing. Do a little internship with Papa and help me to grow my channel and teach me things about technology and be a personal assistant and for right now, totally. And see if she can help me do stuff, right? And then if she can, and she can get good at doing all of these things, then yes, she's good at getting concert tickets. She's great at doing concert tickets. She's great at travel, right? She's good at navigation. She's good at booking a stay somewhere. She's good at finding out about things, research. This is all part of her schooling. So if she can take that and then continue doing that on a personal level, right, and have her walk a dog twice a day. Walk the dogs twice a day. That's part of your job. Walk the dogs twice a day. I want you to get on and book me a stay, get me a car, do all of these things. Some of these things she'll be doing, and they'll be fictitious. But she'll do them so that she knows how to do them. And we'll just won't follow through all the way. We'll act like we're booking something. We won't actually be booking it. We'll just, on a pretend level, we'll book things and do things and go places and see things, right? From home. But as an apprentice, she will now be able to do these things on a regular basis and help someone else kind of learn along the way too. Somebody my age getting into something like this, or getting into a new job or new business or something where they're not quite sure how to navigate the world, somebody with a psychology background and schooling would seem like a perfect candidate to help one-on-one help somebody and teach them how to schedule and do things, or just be a personal assistant. so that one of the perks would be travel, so that eventually, if I were her at her age with where she's at, I would think about being a personal assistant for an artist, a band, somebody on tour, so that she could then travel. And because she has to take care of things during the day while the artists are asleep, she's got time to sightsee and take the dogs and go for a walk and see things and do things and organize things, plan things, as well as helping the artists with their tasks. So that would be cool. That'd be a cool job. I'd love that job. If I loved music and wanted to get out with the artists and do stuff and travel and get to meet people, and yeah, that'd be the way I'd go. So I don't know. I guess we're gonna chop it off for the day. And I think we wanna continue thinking about an arcade. Arcade. How do we do that? How do we facilitate that? Maybe that'll be one of the things I can have my daughter help me with over the winter break, is to figure out how to pull off something like that. It would have to be multiple social platforms. There would have to be plans and budgets, and things would have to be figured out. There would have to be fundraising to be done and how to do that, and all of these different ideas, and set it up so that it's a possibility and how possible it is, and try to graph how possible it would be to start a business like that, right? And then take it from there, and then let her go back to school and do that, and then over the summer break during her time off, continue that, and then do the next step, which would be to increase the channel and social media interaction, so that when it comes time to initiate the next step, planning social media and then fundraising, right? Then we would have a lot bigger audience to raise funds from. And work with the local community, because ultimately it would be there to entertain and benefit the community. So why not? Why not throw your community into it? You don't have to put any money into it, but you have to back it. You have to support it. And if I could get the support, I think that would help. And I would go to town meetings, use my daughter as kind of an assistant, of course, but to help get the facts out there. You know, we've done the legwork, we've done the work, we've done everything. We've got everything figured out. All we need is, the ability to take it a step further. We've already got the arcade set up. It's working great in the community. It employs kids. It takes care of kids. It entertains everybody. It's self-sufficient. We want to take it from here to here. And can we get your support? i.e., the only place in town for at least 5 years, until it's big enough to take care of itself and scare off any competition. That would be great, to get the town in on it. A moratorium on any other arcades for 5 years. Just see if this one works. And then within 5 years be building your new stuff, so that you'd really scare off any competition. That would work. But key would be involving the community through the kids. You get the kids, and you get the adults. That's what advertisers do. They go after the kids in the commercials, and they're going, "Mommy, you gotta buy this for me." There you go. Mom, you have to help us make this happen. There's this place that we go to every day, and it's so much fun. Cassie, oh my goodness, you're here. I'm glad I stayed on long this morning, because I'm usually here until 7. but I decided to go long today in hopes that Sassy Cassie would be here. Thank you for showing up, girlfriend. What's up? It's only been almost 30 years, right, since we've seen each other. It is so great to hear from you. Hi. I'm here. I don't have a hat on. I don't have my teeth in. I'm just hanging out, finishing my coffee, and doing my bong hits. My house just actually started to wake up. It's after 8 a.m. here, so things are starting to wake up. So I was going to cut it off for this morning, but I think, I wish I could see yours. I see your face occasionally, or I used to on Face Crook. Yeah, it's great to still be here. It's great that you're here. I'm at a loss for words, which is really difficult, because usually I'm a chatterbox. But this morning we were just talking about how people can get involved in their community, and one of the things I want to do is start an arcade staffed by the local high school students and give them a place to go after school for about 3 or 4 hours before they go home, and then have a place on the weekend to entertain all of these tourists, so we could make the money to support the local kids, right? So just an old school arcade, old school video games, old school TVs, old school MTV music videos playing, something like that. The arcade that I remember as a kid back in the 80s. So I'd love to reproduce something like that out here in Joshua Tree, California. So, I don't know. It's a possibility. I've had a lot of crazy ideas, and this is probably one of them. Yeah. So, we need to get back into that stuff. We need to get back into community, and it just starts at home. And now that the community is huge because of the internet and phones and stuff, we can reach everywhere. Most of the time we just spend swiping and, doing that kind of shit. But we need to put the phones down, really, and only pick them up when we want to get people involved with shit locally, right? And really, I'm not talking about preaching or protesting or marching in the streets and that kind of shit. I'm talking about block parties and rummage sales and talent contests and picnics in the park, potato sack races, that kind of shit. I'm talking about, let's go back to when it was real and people, and now that we're more accepting of everybody, or at least we're trying to be, that kind of interaction would go a long way to facilitate getting us all aboard the human boat again. Because we're all just the same people. We're all brothers and sisters. We're all related. We're just different. I know Portlanders love to protest. Isn't Eugene just one big protest? Yeah. But I think if we just get together and progress rather than protest, I think we'd be a lot better off. I think we just need to get together as a community on a small level, put together a block party, put together some kind of community market, bring back the village, right? It takes a village to raise a kid. We don't have many villages anymore. We've got a lot of people. They go home, they go into their house, and they're done with the rest of the world. And we need to get back, right? If somebody has a reason to come outside and hang out, they will. Start a block party. Start a movement in your own neighborhood. Oh, by the way, #ReleaseTheCure. Start a movement in your community where you just get everybody together once a month. Give them a reason to get out of the house, even if it's just in your own neighborhood. A lemonade stand, a canopy in your front yard that says advice from an old fart. Whatever it takes to get people out. Take your music and get a couple of musician friends together and go sit out in the driveway and jam. I bet you dollars to donuts, somebody else is going to bring out a guitar, a frickin' accordion, whatever. It's gonna become a regular thing. Put down the American flag until you really mean it. Put it down until it means the same thing for everybody again. Because right now, it means way something different for this person than it does for this person anymore. And we need, if we're going to wave a flag with a globe on it and a couple of silhouettes hugging. That's it. That's all we need. So, you know, get outside. If you're going to go on the 4th of July, realize that it has to mean the same for everybody. Peace, love, and freedom. Is that so hard? Right? That's all I want. You know? So, community. It all starts at home. It starts in the community. It starts right outside your front fucking door. Don't just go from the door to the car and then run and then scream at people as you're driving around the world. You know? It doesn't take much just to... It takes a lot more energy to hate and to be angry than it does to be happy and be nice, right? It makes you feel good when you're happy and nice. How good do you feel when you're angry and upset all the time? Pissed off. Hate. That don't feel good. It takes life out of you. I had a doctor, a chiropractor, Vincent Severisi, great guy, old guy. He was 73 the last time he cracked my spine, and then he retired. A vegetarian since he was 21, spent a lot of time going to India. 6'3", big white guy with a beard, old guy, just a great looking old guy. Looked like John Ford. Sweetheart of a man. And he told me that I should just stand up against a wall, smooth, try to get my spine and just stand there and laugh. And I'm like, what? And he says, yeah, just laugh. I said, you're a fucking kook. And he said, just laugh. After a minute of trying to laugh, pretty soon you'll be trying not to laugh. And my God, if he wasn't right. I tried that a few times, and I had to give it up. I just started laughing more. I would just laugh at more things that were happening. I would just laugh. If I see something funny on TV, I'm going to laugh out loud about it now, because it makes you feel good, you know. So laughter is really good medicine. And for somebody who's depressed to be told, all you got to do is laugh. I'm like, yeah, fuck you. All I got to do is laugh. Right. Yeah, son of a bitch if he wasn't right. If you try to put yourself in a good mood, it's real easy. It's hard to keep yourself in a good mood. It's hard to not be angry sometimes. But it's so much easier and less energy to just be nice and be happy, you know? And people don't get that. Because people are programmed to hate. People are programmed to not like this and not like that. And I'm going to rate this, you know? Why can't you just get over the fact that I'm different than you, you're different than her, she's different than him. But that's what makes us great, the variety. And if we just accept that everybody's different, everybody believes something different, everybody wants to do something different, has different goals, different outlooks on life, and get past that. If you want to disagree and all of that, if more people just kept that shit at home, oh, I don't like that, well then keep it at home. Keep it to yourself. We would have less people standing up in the streets going, you have to think my way, if you don't, fuck you. I mean, what's easier, right? I'm going to keep my comments to myself. I'm going to keep that shit at home. I'm not going to force my kids to think of my bullshit. I don't make my daughter a copy of me, right? She's got her own head, her own brain. When I have a conversation with my daughter, it's not like talking to a mini-me. It's like talking to a completely different person. And I love that. So don't burden your family with your hates, you know. What would the Karens do? Yeah, and do the opposite. There you go. Just, you know, it's like raising my daughter, doing my family. It's whatever my parents did when I was a kid, I just do the opposite. Because they fucked it up. So I don't, you know, it's not like, I'm going to do it again. You know, no. I went completely different. married completely outside the box so that I'm not repeating, right? Oh yeah, it's just about bong hit time, because we got celebrating to do. By the way, Cassie, one of the things I like to do in the morning is drink coffee, and the coffee's gone, and smoke bong hits, and talk about stuff. Every once in a while, we'll watch a video or listen to something together. But for the most part, I just get on here and go blah, 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 blah. Before you got here this morning, I was reading from a couple of TV guides. I've got a drawer filled with TV guides from the 70s and 80s. So I will occasionally read from those. We have an album of the day. The album of the day is an 8-track. It is Deep Purple, Machine Head. So that's the album of the day. On Mondays is Movie Memory Mondays. Yeah, waking and bacon, baby. Monday, Movie Memories. We have a movie of the week. On Tuesdays, Television Tuesdays, we have a TV show of the week. Old Time Radio Wednesdays. We do... did I do the right one? Woo. On Wednesday, we do old time radio shows. Thursday, Throwback Thursdays, Flashback Fridays. I try to involve the viewers as much as possible and let them pick out stuff to talk about, topics. And then I try to do research. And then I do a show called The Video Time Machine, which is a 2.5 hour long recorded program that goes back in time and looks at different elements of video from the 1920s to the present. No, from the 1920s into the 80s. I'm sorry. My time machines never leave the 80s. So, there's a lot of stuff going on this fucking channel. This is what's happening right now. This live program, I'm in season 4. This is episode 135. My last season was over 200 episodes. The first and second seasons were both about 30-something episodes. That's what happens when the new generation of us old-timers... Yep. I'm telling you. We are the new generation of old-timers. Boomers were before us, right? Baby boomers. And now we're kind of a... What do they call us? Generation something or something? We're just a weird generation. We're like the lost generation, really, right? Because we thought we had it figured out in the 70s and 80s. I can't recall how old you are, and I won't ask. But usually we on this channel, we're like, where are you located? What's your name? Your name is Cassie. You're in Oregon. When were you born? Year where you were born? And what kind of stuff do you like? Music and whatnot. And I'm sure there was a couple of other questions that I usually try to ask people. They were boring old people, right? We had some great people growing up that were boomers, because we lived in a place where there was a lot of partying and drugs and stuff. So the older people were partiers, right? My parents, other friends' parents and stuff were... Oh, okay, so you're just close to my age. I'm 57 now. So you're just a little bit below me. And yeah, William was born in 77. So there you go. There you have it. There you go. A lot of the adults back when I was in the 70s and 80s were doing drugs and stuff. So you could go to somebody's friend's house and find their parents had some weed that you could get. A boomer. No, my father was a boomer because he was out of the World War II boom of having kids. I would be more like a Vietnam boomer, which I don't know what that Vietnam era kids were. What do they call those? Generation slovenly or something? The hippie generation. I come from a counterculture era. I'm like the kid of a Sassy WW. This is Sassy Cassie. You're now in a regular, is what people on the show who comment. They're called irregulars. People on the show who don't comment, who just like they're a fly on the wall. They're just weirdos. Just regular weirdos. You're a weirdo, but now you're an irregular too. But yeah, what do you call the Vietnam era kids born out of the Vietnam War? Stoners? I guess. Because being born and raised in Southern California, all I know is, surfer talk, valley talk, speaking in Mexican broken Spanish, a lot of jive talking, and a lot of diverse characters and people and ways of living. So it's really easy for me to kind of swim upstream through the years the way things have changed. But when changes are hard, bizarre changes are being thrust upon you, that's when it gets a little weird. Yeah, still a stoner, always a stoner. They called us all kinds of stuff. Heads, Hessians, stoners, hippies, freaks. We got all kinds of names back in the 70s and 80s. And with that came a bunch of different names for weed, pot, grass, hemp, reefer, marijuana, Mary Jane. Yeah, some weird stuff, man. It's totally weird. Wow, it is so good to... You got to stop by more often, Cassie. Because I'm usually only here from 5 to 7, but I'm here every day of the week. Hessian. I haven't heard that one. Junior high, there you go. In high school, I was called a Hessian. In junior high, I was called Charles Manson Jr. I kid you not. Charles Manson Jr. Also Ozzy. They called me Ozzy, too. Totally. Yeah, you got to come back and hang out. And then, like I was mentioning earlier, we can also do a video chat. If you get on Messenger and do me a video message, I can actually pull you up on my computer here, and you and I can talk face to face, and I can have you on audio, or you and I can talk face to face, and I can have you in a window. We can do a split window, and you can actually be on the show. You were called a lot of things, nothing good. Yeah, I hear you, dirtbag, fatso, a lot of weird, degrading names that I don't even want to go into. They were so horrible. But I wasn't exactly. You're proud to be a part of the Manson family. Oh, nice. I was. No, I actually embraced the name because it meant that they thought I was crazy. And if I put out the vibe of crazy guy, a lot of people would just leave me alone. When I was a kid in junior high, as far up as junior high, between like kindergarten and junior high, when people fucked with me, I would growl at them. I would look down and look up through my hair, and I would fucking growl at them. Especially in school, or I would start shaking, and I'd turn red. Sometimes I'd start crying, and just like a cat cornered, right? Hey, I'm famous. Totally. Oh, I'll make you famous. I'm your Huckleberry. My sound's getting warm, I think, and it's starting to act up. I don't know what it is. It's discombobulated. You're dying. I hope you're not serious. I hope you're dying laughing. Good. Yeah, I try to do different stuff every day, and I try to make it interactive and fun and interesting. And the main thing is that I can talk. The first season I did this show, the first couple of shows, I just sat there. I sat in an empty room in one chair and drank coffee, and that was it. I had to put the coffee down. That's great. I love it. Ooh, one sip. It's cold, but that's it. It's gone. But I just sat here in the room and did nothing until I figured it out. Once I figured out that I could just start talking, I had to figure out what to say and what not to say. And so it took me a season or two to figure out how to navigate speaking live and not offending people, and not giving away too much of my own life and my own family life. Just enough, right? Not the bong, the coffee. The bong. Oh, now you got me started again. All right, here's one for you. Cover me. I'm going in. Yeah, I cleaned that this morning, and man, it's doing really good. Like something Peter Sellers would be doing. Being there. God, I love me some Peter Sellers. I keep waiting for the Pink Panther to come up on streaming or on Prime so I can watch it. Yeah, baby. Because I want to watch that and then watch The Return of the Pink Panther, and then just go through all of them, because I love the Peter Sellers ones, right? I know we haven't smoked a bowl together since fucking forever, since Mammoth. Wow, that was a long time ago. Yeah, I miss hanging out with all you kids up there in Mammoth and all those people. Let's see. Well, you remember Andy, right? Andrew Vonderschmidt. He got married. He's a married guy. Has kids. I don't know how up to date you are with everybody, but that's what I know. That he's married, got kids, doing good, struggling just like all of us family people do, and have done, and are still doing. Yeah. But that's it. My daughter is she just turned 21, and she's in her last year at university to get her bachelor's degree. So I spend twice a... Oh, cute kids. Yeah, they are cute kids. They're great kids. They're fun. I sent them all of the original... what do you call them? Pippi Longstocking movies. Right? I sent them all of the original 4 Pippi Longstocking movies, because one day I saw them dressing, both his son and daughter were both dressed as Pippi, right? And I was like, that is so fucking cool. So I stuck those things in the mail and sent them right. I should have copied them first, but I just sent them right in there. In 30, in April. Okay, your oldest. Wow. The struggle is real. Yeah, hashtag the struggle is real. Hashtag release the cure. Start a new movement. My challenge is to do something in your community, which means your neighbors right there. That's my challenge. So yeah, it's kind of weird because I've been married like almost 26 years. You did Pippi for Halloween too. That's cool. That's awesome sauce. I dig it. Yeah, baby. Pippi. I love me some Pippi. That's got some great stuff there. The new Pippi, it's okay. Or the mid-era Pippi. The original. The German-born, Austrian hippie Pippi. She was kind of a hippie. She was different. She was unique. I was watching, all right, you're going to laugh, but I was watching Scooby-Doo Mystery Incorporated from 2012 era, 2 seasons. There's a character on there called Marcy. Her nickname is Hot Dog Water. And she totally looks like Pippi, right? I tried to do a friend pharmacy with my card, but injury got the best of you. Yep, see, there you go. There you go. It's really hard unless you can really get your community in on a project. It's hard you know. And I think probably the best thing that you can do to start your community involvement is to just put out on your lawn a little booth, a little stand. Every weekend, put a little booth, a little stand out there on your weekend, or once a month. And pretty soon somebody else is across the street is going to put a little booth out there. You're selling lemonade, they're going to sell lemon cake, right? And everybody just starts to get involved. Pretty soon you start selling your lemonade and your herbs. And then somebody else is doing their tomatoes and whatnot. And then eventually, let's do a block party. Let's have a community get together. Let's do something. And just start the ball rolling. I just waved from the car window that's closed with tint, right? So you don't even see them wave. I swear I waved. Were they waving? Did they wave? I'll wave back. Yeah, huh? Right? Hi, I'm your neighbor. I just live right over there. Can I hand you this flyer? We want to do like a little garden party for everybody. You know, everybody brings their own cocktails and we sit around and a few hors d'oeuvres and we just talk. You know, you peed in your neighbor's yard the other day. That's about as close as you get to doing something. Fucking William. Oh, jeez, man. So have a neighborhood drink together or something, right? It'll probably just start a fight. Have a get-together where everybody just sits around and has a couple of cocktails and talks. Somebody sits and plays flamenco guitar, you know, whatever. Find something, some commonality. There's probably a lot of hipsters in your neighborhood. Find something hip, right? Have a record exchange day. Have a record listening day. Set a booth out in your yard with a stereo and some and say, hey, bring over your album and listen to it, man, and I'll put mine on and whatever. It's a thing. It's a thing. If you make it a thing, it's a thing. Do something. I'd love that idea. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that idea. Son of bitches. Don't steal my idea. Yeah, totally, man. Hear me now and play records later. Play records now and listen to me later. Let's all get drunk. Is that a game? Yeah, that's one of them board games. Let's all get drunk. Roll the dice. How many drinks? Woo, 3 drinks. Woo. Next. There's a lot of drinking games. Chug-a-lug. I remember playing Chug-a-lug back in the 80s when I was a little kid. And I got drunker than fuck drinking Mickey's Big Mouth. Oh, man. I was puking up. I could have swore the beer was green when it was coming out. The bottles were green, but the beer wasn't. I could have swore it was green when it came out. Yeah, let's get high, baby. Hey, you know, whatever your high is, if you want to hold your breath until you pass out to get high, go for it, baby. Hold away. Hold away. If you want to go into the next room for a couple of minutes by yourself and do something, that's fine. I don't need to know what it is. If it gets you high. If you want to be jumping jacks and then for 5 minutes and then hold off the arteries to your head and then pass out, go for it. In fact, I dare you to. Just do it over a bed. Don't bump your head. Drinking games rule. Drinking games are cool. I like the social ones. I'm not into the ones that like, let's just get bombed, woo! Right? Something that's social, you know, like spin the bottle, only with booze, right? Something cool. Something where you're not, everybody's drinking like all the time, unless they're ganging up on somebody. Let's get him drunk. I don't like that either. I don't like people ganging up on somebody in whatever form or fashion. Because a lot of people just feel like they gotta take it. Oh, I better take it. I better just do what I'm told because I don't want to be the bad guy out. Fuck that, man. Nah, I'm done. I'm not gonna take another drink. Well, you don't want to play no more? Huh? What are you, baby? Yeah. I don't do that either. Peer pressure, bullying. Come on, take another drink. Come on, come on. Nope. That's why I never liked strip clubs, because it was like, oh, jeez. I thought we were going to have like a drink or something. You know, bring me into this fucking... I don't want to... Don't make it do a lap dance. Oh, Jesus. Please. Come on. It might be cool for some people. It might be cool for her, but it's just not my bag, baby. Don't do it. Please don't do it. Yeah, drinking games are cool if you're into it, you know. Yeah, I'll sit in for a couple of rounds of beer pong. Yeah, gotcha. Quarters. I was good at quarters. Once I found that sweet spot. just kept going in. You know, chug-a-lug, chug-a-lug, chug-a-lug. Yeah, smoke, 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 smoke. That's it, baby. Totally. So, did you get my message on Messenger, Cassie? Facebook Messenger? If so, then I'll send you my phone number, and then you can call me anytime, and or call me anytime during the show, and we can just do a phone conversation if you want to be live, or we can talk off camera. They have to make money somehow. Yeah, baby. Off us, off our backs. And then tax us for it. And then double the prices on everything so they get the money back. I never liked alcohol, and it doesn't agree with me anymore. Developed an allergy. Kind of me too. I don't eat enough anymore to do alcohol. Cassie's going to be right back. Usually that leads to, oh shit, I gotta go. So that's cool. I'm almost at the, oh shit, I gotta go point, where I'll have to, eventually, I'm going to have to cut this off and get started with my day. I have been up since a little after 3 o'clock this morning, so my time. So I have been awake and without food for almost 5 hours now. So eventually I gotta eat some hot cereal and get geared up, figure out what I'm gonna be doing for dinner tonight in case I want to get started on it soon. Sometimes dinner takes all day, because I like to cook from scratch sometimes. How to make an arcade? Get started with your nap. No, I don't want to nap anymore. I mean, I do need to rest, but I've figured out that I don't need to lay down in bed and actually sleep, which is where I get into trouble. I sleep for too long in a nap, and that makes me more tired, and I just want to sleep. My daughter researched it. She knows about sleeping and napping, and I think she said 45 minutes is the perfect nap time. Sleeping for just 45 minutes, because it just gives your body and mind time to rest, but it doesn't pull you into REM and dreaming, that's when you get sucked into a deep sleep. So it's something no more than, it's 45 minutes at the least, and no more than 90 minutes, and it's got to be just a certain amount of sleep, right? So I need to do that, and nap in an area where I know I'm not going to stay out. Just go down and go out. And that helps me to go to sleep a little bit earlier. But like I said, last night I went to sleep too early, and at 1:30 in the morning, I was laying awake, staring at the wall. That's no good, baby. I'm going to get started with my rap. I'm a white bread boy, I ain't a big toy. Slipping in a sliding, they call me Mick Roy. Totally. White bread rap. I did a song way back when I don't remember where it went or what it was. But it was white bread rap. And it was literally just sounded like a white guy rapping stupid shit that rhymed, There's a little mother goose in there. It was pretty silly. I don't know if it was something that I was doing or something I was copying from somebody else. I just remember doing a white bread rap. Yeah. White bread. White bread's okay, depending on what kind it is, what brand. Usually it's just not really healthy. I like a good white bread, though. You know, wheat bread's great. Some people don't like it because it's too dry and crunchy and chewy, and it's got a weird flavor to it. Yeah. I don't mind. I don't. If I can eat it, with my teeth in, yeah, then I can eat it. And I don't mind. I really don't. Anywho. Yeah, this is great. I can't believe that that Cassie made it to the show. I can't believe it. It's been like almost 30 years. I want to say 98, 97. 97 is when I probably would have been the last time that I would have seen Cassie in person. Wow. Did I say 79? 97. My dyslexia is kicking in. 79. I mean 97. Oh, God. 97 would have been the last time that I would have seen her in person. And that's just a rough guess, but I'm pretty sure it was 97 because that's when I left that area. So it would have had to have been some time before the winter of 97. Yep. I think I left sometime in late fall, early winter of 97 from Mammoth, California, and moved down south to Carlsbad, California, and lived and worked down there for a few years, and then kind of bounced around after that. After I got married, just kind of bounced around. We went all over the place. Totally. And we've been settled in this area for a while now so that our daughter could do her education and not have to be dragged around from school to school. So it was hard, it was a struggle to stay in one spot so that she could go to grade school and junior high and high school and college and university with the friends that she grew up with, right? And she does. She goes to one of her friends from junior high. She goes to university with her. She went to college with her. She went to high school with her. She was able to remain friends with a lot of people and be a part of a community from a young age on growing up. You know, and this is her home. This is her area. And that is so cool to have that. And it took me a while to get that, and then I only had it for a few years before it was gone. The decade of the 80s was my era when I actually had a place, a hometown. Yep. I don't want to take a nap. Please don't make me nap. I don't want to. Yeah. So Monday we're going to do the more of the same here. All kinds of cool stuff. Yeah, we're going to do all kinds of cool stuff here. Because we can, and we like to. But for now, I'm a fucking vegetable. Do I eat oatmeal? No, I eat cream of wheat. Oatmeal's too chewy. I used to eat oatmeal, but I'll need to put my teeth in for oatmeal, because I can't just put oatmeal in and swallow it. It's too chewy. Cream of wheat is great because it goes down easy. I just spoon it in, suck it down. I add a cereal bar to it, chopped up, that gives it more flavor and a little bit of texture, and honey and butter and milk. And I make it out of milk instead of water. So I try to get as much nutrients as possible out of a bowl of cream of wheat. So I do pretty good. I know you don't like milk, but I live on milk. If I could suck at a teat full day, I would, because I don't eat much anymore. So there you go. But Yeah, I love a good bowl of cream of wheat in the morning. I never had a steady meal growing up. When I was a kid, I never had a regular diet. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner was always a competition event. It really was. I never knew if I was going to eat today, tonight, or tomorrow. I never knew if I was going to have breakfast, or if I had to go to school and beg for breakfast because my parents didn't sign up for the program. Did I have to steal money from my parents so that I could buy something to eat? So in the last year, 8 months, I've started eating, yes, I'm going to make beef stroganoff tonight or tomorrow when I decide I want to put my teeth in. So I started eating cream of wheat for breakfast every day. And it is such a comfort to have a regular breakfast every day. I never had that growing up as a kid. And having it now, it's like every morning I look forward to that little bowl of milk-made cream of wheat with my crushed up cereal bar and honey mixed into it. And I just love it. And if I don't have it, if I just have a pancake or something, I totally miss it. Right? Yeah. My wife and I picked up a couple of chuck roasts last night at Aldi. And so, yeah, I've kept one down in the fridge, and I'm going to chunk it, trim a little fat, and cut it up into big chunks and brown it in some butter and olive oil with some salt and pepper. You take your chunks, you put it into a bowl, you add salt and pepper and a little bit of olive oil, and then you take that and you put it into hot olive oil and butter. And you add some onions and a little bit of thyme. And you brown it in that oil and butter, all right? When it all gets brown, when those cubes get browned all the way around, and it's brown on all sides, then you add some broth. But first you add a little bit of cognac, a little shot of cognac in there, and you burn that cognac, and then you add in your broth and beef stock. Does the box still look the same as it used to? Which box? Oh, cream of wheat, yes. It does. It still looks like the cream of wheat box. I'll bring you one in here one morning. It still looks the old cream of wheat, red and white checkered thing, tablecloth thing. Yeah, it still looks the same. It's totally cool. Just like oatmeal, it still looks the same. Yeah. So beef stroganoff, once you get that meat simmering in the beef stock and the beef broth, after it's all browned, just let it simmer for 2.5 hours. That's right, 2.5 hours. After 2.5 hours, you take the lid off, covered for 2.5 hours. You take the lid off, and as it's simmering, you turn it up a little bit because the lid is off. As it's still kind of simmering in there, you start poking at the meat, right? And you start taking these chunks and breaking them up into shredded pieces as it's simmering down. And as it simmers down and it loses some of that liquid, you add in some onions, some more butter, and then when the liquid has come down to just the right amount, so it's just covering up all of the shredded meat, then you take that and you add in about, I don't know, 1/8 a cup, maybe, depending, probably 1/8 a cup of, a couple of big tablespoons of mustard, which to me is just a big squirt all the way across it. You cook that mustard in. That mustard gives it that tangy flavor. Once that mustard is cooked in, you add about a cup of sour cream, and you mix that in with the juice that's still in there, because it's bubbling just above the meat. You mix that in there, and it creates your sauce. And then you take your wide egg noodles, that you've cooked and then buttered and then it's set aside. And you put your plate of buttered noodles. You top it with your meat mix. You add your mushroom mix. Mushroom is done just like you do mushrooms. Butter, garlic, salt and pepper. And you cook your mushrooms, 3 different kinds of mushrooms if you like. You cook them down a little bit so they're nice and the way you like to eat them. You can add it to the meat, or you can keep it separate for people who don't like mushrooms, or you don't have to cook mushrooms if you don't like mushrooms. And you do your meat and your mushrooms, and then you add a big dollop of sour cream to create more of that rich sauce to taste. And then you add Italian parsley fine chopped on the top of that. And that's your plate of beef stroganoff. And the meat is shredded and tender, and it just kind of falls apart. The noodles are cooked and they're buttered, so they just kind of fall apart and melt. Once you get it on your plate, you just mix it together, toss it like a salad, and there you go. And it's just a beautiful thing. It's like an orgy in your mouth. Ew, that's disgusting. Totally. But it is. It's fantastic. It's just, it's a dream. It's beautiful. Never ate that stuff. I saw it in other people's houses and stores. You know what? Me too. I never ate cream of wheat growing up. I never did. The beef stroganoff that I ate growing up was such an old school recipe. Strips of beef and onion and that sauce, that same sauce that was such a weird processed flavor, right? Because it was usually made out of a box. And I hated that. I hated those box noodles and that box flavor. And then the horrible meat that was always chewy. I hated eating beef stroganoff as a kid. I'd rather eat liver and onions than beef stroganoff. Really. And it wasn't until I decided I wanted to try beef stroganoff again, because I hated it as a kid, and I wanted to do something that I liked, because I liked the idea of the beef stroganoff. And at one point in my life, when I was really young, I liked it. And then as I got older, it just got so processed. And when I started making it with my own fresh chunk of meat, cooked the way I wanted it cooked, and created a sauce that I like to taste, then it was like I made that for people a couple of times who would come over, and it would blow their mind that this is beef stroganoff? Yeah, totally. I can't wait to make it. I've got all the ingredients. I have to check my sour cream quantity. I need to get some Italian parsley, probably a tub of sour cream, because I'll use half of the tall tub. I'll use half of it making it at the end, and then half of it to use dollops on top. So a lot of sour cream. For 3 people, we'll go through a whole container of sour cream in that meal. And there should be enough for tonight, enough to send the plate over next door to our neighbor, and enough for a couple of plates tomorrow. There you go. Oh, I'll put my teeth in for that. Oh yeah, baby. I got a bong hit? Yeah, I do. I'm going to do a bong hit. And then it's 9 o'clock. So I was hoping that Cassie was going to come back here soon, but it looks like she may be otherwise engaged. So I'm going to probably do my bong in here and start weaseling over to the door. Because thinking about the beef stroganoff has really got me thinking about food. So I think I'm going to do some breakfast and then go to the store and get a few things to finish off making the dinner. And then I'll probably start the dinner, and about halfway through dinner, I'll get my teeth in and get ready to eat. Nom, 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 nom. Oh man, that's going to be so good. That's going to be so good. And I promise I will take a photo of the finished product so that you can check it out. I tried making a video before, but I got sidetracked and never finished it. I think I took some photos. I could try to dig some of those up. My kitchen's not photogenic, so I'm not going to go there. But oh, I can't wait to cook. I can't wait. In fact, I'm probably going to start cooking around noon so that it will be done by 3 or 4. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, baby. So wish me luck. That's going to be great. That's going to be great. Hashtag release the cure. Alright. Yeah. Get out and do something, baby. I gotta get rolling. I'm starting to get really hungry. And, yeah, I think I gotta take a leak. So I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna get out of here, go take care of business, get rolling for the day, get rolling for the weekend. Hopefully, I can get some fun stuff planned for next week and get a video time machine for next Friday, a week from tonight. So, fingers crossed. No whammy, no whammy, no whammy. I gotta get going. Otherwise, yeah. You all have a great day, a great night, a great weekend, right? Get involved, do something. Get drunk with your neighbors, all right? Do something, buddy. I'm gonna really try to hone a couple of these community ideas down and see what I can come up with. All right, people, take care of yourselves. Peace and love. Thanks a lot for coming by. Sassy Cassie, WW, Joey, everybody. Peace and love. I will talk to you Monday. Hopefully we'll be doing some more exciting stuff. Take care of each other. Spread peace and love, not bullshit. I can't stress this enough. See you Monday, brother. Love you. Take it easy. You know what? Most especially stay weird. That just covers all the bases. If you're weird, you got it handled. You can handle anything. You can accept anyone, anything. Anything can come at you and you can handle it because you're weird. You got it, baby. All right. Just take care of each other, all right? Turn off the news and start a garden. I love you, people. Take care of yourselves. And, oh, that's right. Adios. Go on, get out of here.